To live is to choose. But to choose well, you must know who you are and what you stand for. You must also know where you want to go and why you want to go there. My dear friends, I urge you to kindly consider who you are. Very important, what you stand for, where you want to go and why you want to go there. We have a responsibility, and I know you are up to the task. You have the knowledge, the values, and the possibilities in your spheres of influence. Let's go for it. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. God bless you. As we proceed, I would like now to invite our very able Vice Chancellor, Dr. Vincent Ogutu, a great friend of mine personally, but also my boss, to say a few words to us as we continue and look forward to your graduation. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen, all the graduates, congratulations, congratulations. Let's work together for the future. Thank you.
I'd like to start by acknowledging our chief guest, who's also a good friend, Mr. John Gashora. He'll be with us presently. Then the members of the management board of the university, the executive dean, Dr. Caesar Mwangi, Kellen Kariuki, the associate dean, executive education, the members of the management committee of Strathmore Business School, and then our partners, our guests, families, and of course the graduates of SBS this year. Congratulations. As you all know by now, it's our 20th anniversary as a business school, and my heart is filled with gratitude. I really mean that. Because I joined the business school a year after it started, and just seeing this today is basically surreal, because we were just a bunch of guys, literally a bunch, okay, so like 5 people as the staff of Strathmore Business School. And we had some tiny offices where the library building is. So we were given some 2 classrooms and a shared office, and all of us were there. It was a really, really tiny group, and all we had was the dream. And so 20 years later, just looking at this building to begin with, then the people over here and the number of programs, and almost each program has the staff components that we had as an entire business school. It's just mind-boggling, and I must say my heart is really filled with gratitude. And I thought I'd start by just sharing a bit of what it was like, you know, back then, for you to just get an idea where this dream came from. And before I begin again, I'd just like to check if the founding dean, George Jenga, is here. Is George here? Let's give him another round of applause, please. Anyway, knowing that he's not here gives me the freedom to say some embarrassing things about him, because he can't do anything to stop it. And some of the staff of Strathmore Business School have heard me say this before, but most of you probably haven't, so I'll say it again. So I remember when we decided to look at the vision of Strathmore Business School. So yes, there was a PowerPoint, but no, there wasn't a projector. There was just George's laptop and the tiny office in the library building. So George calls, I said we were a bunch, just 5, maybe 6 people. So the head of executive education, Kellen's original, counterpart, Dr. Josephine Kibe, who now lives in DC, worked for the World Bank, etc. So she was running executive education, and I was the founding director of the MBA program. So those are the two main programs, executive education and the MBA. So we're seated around a table, huddling around George's laptop, and then with the head of finance, head of IT. We were just a very, very small team. And then he starts looking at what we're trying to do. So transforming Africa was top of the agenda. So picture that, just a bunch of people who want to change Africa. Crazy. And he's the craziest of all because he started it. So he's saying, okay, this is what we're trying to do. Regarding executive education, the market doesn't exist. So we're creating the market. You've seen all sorts of consultants jump into the market after that, but Strathmore created it. And then he says, then he looks at me, the MBA program, we start as the best MBA program with immediate effect. There's no ramp up that, in 5 years' time we will be the best. No, we start as the best. This has never been done before. So these are the kinds of rhetoric that we were hearing. And I was liking it, like, yeah, let's do this, let's do this. And then the part where it gets crazy is where he's now scrolling down the PowerPoints and painting the vision. So this is what Africa will look like. And these are the kind of people we will be talking to. And the one that I think of, the most memorable PowerPoint bullet, was where he says, "Presidents consult us." So I said, man, this has got to be hubris. Presidents consult us, this bunch of guys in a tiny room in a library. But gosh, within 2 years that was happening. So we flew in Michael Porter from Harvard, and we made him meet the parliament, the president. We had a presidential roundtable in Uganda. Presidents were coming in, we were the educational partners. And yes, presidents were consulting us within 2 years. And since then, we've had presidents enter this building, Sir Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, the Premier Theresa May of the UK. We've had the President of Estonia. We've had, of course, our own local presidents who've come here. So all of that just became true much faster than we thought it would happen. So the dream was real, and it's happening, and Strathmore is going to transform Africa. So my heart is filled with gratitude. Now, I wanted us to reflect just a little bit on our brand of, first of all, teaching, and then our conception of leadership. So I used the wrong word. I used the word teaching. We don't teach at Strathmore Business School because you're not the regular students. You're not like, say, Standard 1. I know, you listen to me, I'll give you all the knowledge, you know nothing, and I'll teach you. That's not how it happens at Strathmore Business School. You're an adult, you've got a wealth of experience that you're bringing into the class, and you have a framework that helps you to make decisions. But it's not a perfect framework, it can be improved. So what we do is we challenge that framework. We bring you into class with your peers who are also experienced, and we ask you questions. We put you in scenarios that could actually happen to you and ask you, what would you do? And you apply your framework and you give your best answer to the problem. And then your own classmates tear it apart. No, that would never work. It says, it worked for us. It says, yeah, but I worked in our division in Zambia. The conditions were different. What you're looking at is a special case. If you tried that in Zambia, it would fail. And then you learn something. You realize, yeah, I live in a small world. I've got to enrich my framework. You smash your framework, you rebuild it, and now you're wiser. So wisdom is one of the values of Strathmore Business School. And that's how the learning happens. And the lecturer is a facilitator. This is an expert at making conversations happen and creating a nice learning environment. Is an expert, yes, but really an expert on facilitating and on making people learn. And so by getting you, by challenging you, by playing devil's advocate, we make you shake up your framework and build a better one. And then the part that I like the most, and maybe you might think it a waste of time, is what we call the red thread review at the end of the day. you reflect on what you learned. And it's important to do that because otherwise that framework, whatever learning you did, does not settle. It doesn't take shape. But if you stop and you reflect on it, then you consciously take possession of it and it becomes part of you and you jump to another level. So that's how we facilitate. That's our theory of learning. Now, how about our understanding of leadership and the kind of leaders we'd like you to become? I would say we are heavily influenced by, if I was to summarize it, I'd bring it down to two or three understandings of what leadership is. So the first one is virtuous leadership, and I'm going to recommend a few books. There's a book by Alexander Havard, who has come here many times to teach, and he teaches virtuous leadership. So he says you're not just managers getting results, telling people what to do, monitoring the KPIs. You're leaders, and leaders are people that followers will willingly follow. It's not about the rewards, it's not about the punishments. They believe what you're telling them. They could die for you, that willingly, freely follow you. Have you reached that status where they could just willingly follow you? You inspire. For you to do that, you would have to be virtuous. You'd have to be a good person. So good that people want to be like you. Your life, your dedication, everything you do inspires them. And so when you paint a vision, they know it's true, you believe in it, you would do everything possible to deliver that. And it's not your vision, it's for them. You live for them. And they look at the way you live your life, how ethical you are, how dedicated you are, how hardworking you are, your search for excellence, all those virtues, your humility, your magnanimity. And they say, I want to be like you. I want to go where you're pointing. And so we think what gives you that power to draw people after you is virtue. So being a virtuous leader. So if you want to go deeper on that, do look for the book, Virtuous Leadership by Alexander Havard. And then a second idea, and I got this from a priest friend of mine from Argentina who started off his career as an economist and then later on became a priest. So his name is John Shaw. And I told him, I'm going to address this group of executives. Give me something to tell them. And he just told me a Latin word that I'm familiar with, which is serviam. Serviam, written as it sounds, is the Latin for I will serve. And many people start their day by just saying serviam, I will serve, I'm here to serve. And then he said, you see, the thing with being called an executive is it's such a high-sounding word. People place you so high up that you're just thinking of sitting up there, being admired, people serving you, when it's supposed to be the exact opposite. You're supposed to be serving them. You're a servant leader. So if I think of the brand of leadership that we espouse, service, servant leaders, that's kind of what we are. Because most people don't step forward, don't present themselves to lead others. They're happy to have someone else call the shots and also take all the risks of being blamed, and they'd rather just do their part. Very few people are ready to stand up there. Yes, you will be admired, but in equal measure, you will be bashed. So who's ready to take the risk? Somebody has to do it for this whole ship to move forward. And that's where the service comes in. I'll take the risk. I'll take the risk of being the one being bashed. I'll take all the blame for the team, and I'll just move us forward. And I'll deal with all the chaos that comes with leadership. People are arguing among themselves, there's backbiting, there's finger pointing, there's lack of morale, and somehow you just have to keep everything afloat and move it forward with a lot of enthusiasm. And someone has to take all that upon their shoulders, and that's servant leadership. And then the last type of leader that we think of is the idea of humanized leadership. And this is important because many people think of leaders as the ones who will make the organization successful. And then if you drill down what's the organization for, you might say to add shareholder value, to keep growing, to produce wealth. But that would be a limited conception of what the organization exists for. The way we look at it is we go to what the Dean was talking about, the why. Everyone working for you is a human, and they have an ultimate destiny, which goes beyond just getting wealth. And will they reach that destiny? Will they find fulfillment in their lives? And what role do you have to play? And you might say nothing. That's their journey. I give them the money to do whatever they want in return for the effort they give me to add shareholder value, and that's how it works. And you might say that's all there is to it. And it's not true, because if you really care for them, then you care about their ultimate destiny and their ultimate happiness, and that's your business. And so you're trying to help them to get there. So it's a big concern of yours. How is their family doing? Are they happy? Are they growing? It's a different understanding of what organizations are there for. When we teach, we like to think that any subject we're given to teach is just an excuse to teach you what we're really trying to teach, which is the values. That's what we're really trying to teach. You could give me any subject to teach, geography, history, mathematics. If what I really want to teach you is critical thinking, then that's what I'll teach, no matter what subject you give me. Because the way I teach it, the kind of questions I ask, will provoke your thinking and your frameworks. And all I'm ever doing is just provoking that and shaping it. And so any subject is good enough to achieve that. So that's how we go about it. So if for us, the subjects are incidental, it's just an excuse to pass on those values and those virtues that make you a great leader, then the same applies with organizations. Manufacturing, curtain rods, baking bread, making pharmaceuticals, agribusiness. These are just excuses to get humans who are doing those activities to flourish. And any activity will do, any honest activity will do. So you as a leader use that organization and that activity as an excuse to make humans flourish under you, and that's what it's really all about. So you have to rise above the actual activity and transcend it and look at the ultimate destiny of the people who work for you. And that's what we're really trying to achieve. And for you to do that, you have to be a humanized leader. And so I recommend my second book, written by another very good friend of Strathmore Business School, Martin Oduor. And Martin Oduor was CEO of KCB. He launched the book just last month. I really recommend you buy it. It's called The Humanized Leader. It's probably the book, the most quotable book I've ever read, meaning you just turn a few pages, you find another line that's golden. You're like, I have to highlight this, I have to write it down. This is such a quotable quote. And when I gave a speech at the launch of the book, I gave no less than 10 quotes from just one chapter about legacy and what it means to pass on your leadership to somebody else. I mean, incredible book. I really recommend you get it because it explains so well what we espouse here at Strathmore, that we're human, we're humanized leaders, and that's what we're trying to do. So I really recommend that you do that. And I'm going to give a shout out to our good friend, John Gashora, CEO of NCBA. Please give him a round of applause. The first time I welcomed Gashora to Strathmore, I said, Dr. John Gashora. And when he got to the platform, he said, well, you all heard it, so I guess I can accept the PhD because it was said in a university by the Vice Chancellor designate as I was at the time. So anyway, so that's the joke. And he and I belong to an organization that really believes in this country And we typically are at our best when there's a crisis. So we call ourselves the Citizen Pathway Group, and we were formed in 2007. And whenever we're at a turning point, we come together as leaders and say, what can we do? What can we do to bring the country together, to fight corruption, to fight tribalism? So we're so privileged and happy to have you as our guest today. And so I'm going to close this particular speech by telling you again that we are very grateful at everything we have received. Dr. Caesar reminded you that you're among the privileged few on the continent who have received this kind of preparation. And it wasn't for nothing. Let it not go to waste. Please, let it not go to waste. And we're also happy that among you are not just Kenyans. Gone are the days when we talk of Strathmore as a Kenyan university. So we say we're an African university located in Kenya. We have a reach across the continent. Many of you are from other parts of the continent. And the fact that you've been here and you've seen what you saw and hopefully got inspired gives you that responsibility. So we talk of Africa's promise, your responsibility. And when we think of responsibility, we always think negatively, like, oh no, why can't I just do whatever I want like a teenager or a child? Responsibility. But actually, responsibility is what gives meaning to your life. If you had no responsibility and all you do all day long is sit on a beach, sipping away at cocktails, and you think that's my dream retirement, then it'll only make you happy for 1 week. In week 2, people will be saying, oh yeah, that's the drunkard who comes here and goes to the beach. Useless, good-for-nothing person who made a fortune and is now squandering it or inherited it. And it'll get to you. You don't like being referred to as that local drunkard who's wasting away his life and is useless to our society. You want to be useful. You want to be adding value to people. And the way that happens is by you taking it upon yourself as a responsibility. Some of the responsibility you have is automatic because you're employed by an organization. But a lot of the responsibility I want you to take upon your shoulders is the one no one has asked you to do, which is to transform Africa. Why is it your responsibility now? Because you now have the capability. If you didn't have it, no one could ask you to do it. But if you had it and you sat on it, then shame on you, because you've squandered everything we give to you. All that knowledge was for nothing, just for one tiny organization. You're supposed to transform Africa. And the minute you get that as a talent, you acquire the responsibility to pass it on to others and to transform them. So I'd like to welcome you to just that thought of how we started out as just a small group of people, and now you see the impact, you see the reach. And the same can happen with each and every one of you. So you start as this individual, be your first customer, lead yourself to better places where you acquire those virtues and values and determination, and you see how it transforms your life. And once you see how good that is, pass it on to others. So congratulations on your graduation today, and all the very best on your journey.
A better round of applause, please. Thank you very, very much, Dr. Caesar, Dr. Ogutu, for those encouraging words, the rally to action. Thank you so, so much. Can you imagine that for some of us here, we get to be surrounded by those kind of words every day? You know, we don't need to have a golden watch when we're leaving here. If we can have honorary degrees, right? Honorary doctorates when we retire, right? Amen? Can they hear us? When I go back to Bungoma. Amen, I've said it. So, thank you so much for those words, and we're going to be hearing a lot of that today. We're really grateful. And just to keep up with time, Mr. Goshora, welcome. Welcome to Strathmore, and we are glad to have you here. We look forward to what you have to say. I just want to take a bit of time, and we'll be doing this as we go along with the schedule, to thank some of our partners who have come. We do love that we have partners who stay with us and who have confidence in us. Eve Vosawe, I know you're here from, who's the HR director at Ruby. You heard that? It's called Ruby, not Rubies. Rubies. Gabriel Nyaega, there's the Deputy Director HR at CBK. Dr. Edwin Mbogwa, who is the Health Sector Lead at Catholic Relief Services. Father Konyach Francis, who is representing the Bishop of Kisumu. There's NTSA, many of them are here, they're in my class, WDLP, and KCB also, who have sent many of you who are here. I'm not leaving you out. Thanks for being our partners, and we're really grateful that many of you have been able to come and send many nominees. So we would like to also recognize Les Wanyika, who are here with us and who are going to give us some entertainment before we transition to the keynote speaker, who, fun fact, I send him, whether voluntary or involuntary, a message every end of the month. So, Mr. Goshora, I send you a message every end of the month. I hope you could be checking it. It is called a credit or a debit. So, we'll be friends. I think, just know that. My name is Dennis Omumbwa. Yeah. One day it'll stop. I don't know when, but it'll stop. Welcome. Les Wanyika, Karibuni. I don't know if you're ready. And we will be starting the keynote very soon. Thank you.
A round of applause for Les Wanyika. A round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are a little bit older than me, just a little bit, know that there's only one song we expect from Les Wanyika. I'm sure they know. There's only one song we are all waiting for. You know, right? But najua mmeiweka, you're saving it for later. And right now, I'd like to just make one quick announcement and then invite our guest speaker for today to give us the keynote address. And that is, for those of you who have water bottles, make sure you leave them as you go. They're like the old Coca-Cola bottles we used to return to the shopkeeper. So make sure you leave the bottles here. We return them to the shopkeeper to get our 10 shillings back. I can see people taking photos. Kindly go ahead. Our hashtag is EE-Graduation 2025, developing great African leaders. Those are two different hashtags. And remember to tag at SBS Kenya, at SBS Kenya. To the best of my knowledge, there's another SBS in Mombasa, according to Dr. Caesar Mwangi. It has a similar sounding name. It's not one of our branches, so just be aware. It's called Shanzu Business School. I don't know if they have a graduation today. So remember to tag at SBS Kenya. And now allow me to ask a quick question before I call our speaker for the day. How many people have a Wikipedia entry? Your name is on Wikipedia. How many people have a Wikipedia entry? One, at least by my count is only one, and two, and three. I was waiting for you, Mr. Gashora, to raise your hand. And now, I'd like to welcome Mr. John Gashora, honorary doctorate degree from the VC, as mentioned earlier. Mr. Gashora has several years of experience in executive management positions at various global companies in corporate and investment banking, structuring and financial engineering, remember the word engineering, commercial banking and financial services. He is a director of several other companies and previously served as a managing director at Bank of America Securities and as managing director, corporate and investment banking at Barclays Africa prior to joining the NCBA group. Mr. Gashora holds a Bachelor of Science and Master's in Engineering degrees, specifically in Electrical Engineering and Computer Science from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, which you all know as MIT, and an MBA degree from the Wharton School, University of Pennsylvania, USA. Karibu sana, Mr. Gashora, to give us our keynote address.
Dr. Vincent Ogutu, the Vice Chancellor, Strathmore University. I do wish you had said those words when you're Chancellor, not Chancellor Designate. Yeah? I would have taken that degree. The Deputy Vice Chancellors and members of management, Board of Strathmore University. Dr. Caesar Mwangi, my good friend, Executive Dean, Strathmore University Business School. Karen Kariuki, Associate Dean, Executive Education. Members of Management Committee of Strathmore University Business School, partners, guests, graduates, class of 2025, good morning. You all look so damn beautiful, my goodness. And I see lots of my friends in the audience, congratulations. To Dennis, I do see that message, and please encourage everybody in the room to be sending those messages of debit and credit to NCBA every day. So it's really a pleasure to join the graduating class of 2025 Strathmore Business School, annual executive education. This is a moment to celebrate this significant achievement, a moment to look back and be proud of your hard work and progress that you have put into this work. You represent a remarkable cohort of executives who have cultivated the requisite skill set, knowledge base, and confidence to lead your organizations or family businesses, as I have seen, into the future. I understand the pressure of executive education. I'm a beneficiary of executive education. You're required to find that extra time for school within the same 24 hours a day without dropping anything that you're already doing, right? Your child must still go to school and do his or her homework. Your job demands must still be met. Your family duties do not lessen. And your friends still expect you to join them for that coffee, that wine, and for those young enough, for the party after party, isn't it? You're required to do all those things. So I know what you've had to go through to get to where you are. So as you graduate, be sure to thank your families, your friends, your tutors, mentors, and others who have stood with you during this journey. They care and are ready to give you support into the future. In this same breath, let me thank Dr. Mwangi and you all for inviting me to speak to you today. It's a great honor for me to be associated with a leading world-class business school, spearheading Africa's transformation, made in Kenya, SBS, and like Shanzu, isn't it? SBS, as some of you know, has had a great association with NCBA, and indeed running a number of training programs for NCBA, for relationship managers and others. And for that, I thank you, Dr. Mwangi, and your team for working with us to create really tailor-made classes for our people. I think as we look at transformation, we must recognize the sheer potential anchored in our continent, robust long-term fundamentals, including a population of 1.7 billion people, over 60% of whom are aged under 35, and approximately 40% of the world's natural resources. But in this age of artificial intelligence, when everyone is talking about machines replacing humans, there are cynics who question our potential. Is it a large population just a burden of more mouths to feed, more bodies to house? Those of us old enough to remember will recall our former president, and if you know Les Wanyika, then you must know former President Moi, isn't it? Surely, yeah? If you're enjoying Les Wanyika, surely you must have been there when President Moi was around. So you don't remember or recall his campaign on family planning, isn't it? He had a concerted campaign on family planning where he was saying Kenya is producing kids way too fast. So the question I'm asking myself today as we talk about the 1.7 billion people, are we celebrating those who ignored President Moi? Isn't that what we're doing? Yeah, so can we clap to those who defied government, even those days, right? Even those days. But I make a case that with the right transformation, Africa is poised for massive demographic dividend. One, no matter what AI enthusiasts will tell us, human workforce will remain a competitive advantage. Africa will soon surpass China and India with a well-trained workforce, creating new economic dynamism. Two, a booming population, growing urbanization, and global exposure is helping to create the fastest growing consumer market on earth, right here in Africa. No matter what business you are in, surely you need customers, and Africa is building them at a lightning speed. Three, a large youthful population, if empowered, can drive massive technological innovation and adoption, as we have already seen again in Africa, with the highest penetration of mobile phones today. And this has been well observed even by the Africa Development Bank. And yes, there are challenges. But these challenges are indeed the opportunities. The challenge, the opportunity for housing. The challenge and opportunity for food. The challenge and opportunity for water, energy, education, and healthcare. Whatever people talk about challenge, I tell them that's an opportunity for those of us who provide housing. It's an opportunity for those of us who provide water. It's an opportunity for those investing in energy. That's the way I look at it. The challenge before us, however, is to transcend merely competing with the world. We must strive to reach a level of excellence where the world actively competes with Africa. Achieving this requires courage to make bold, sometimes unpopular decisions for long-term impact. Ladies and gentlemen, the need for Africa's transformation must begin with a foundational mindset shift and a collective belief that our challenges are our best opportunities, as I've said, and that our future rests on our shoulders. Let me tell you a story. A couple of years ago, I had a chance to speak with one of Africa's transformative leaders. Allow me these machines. That's why machines cannot replace humans, right? For sure they can't, because they keep failing. Mr. Strive Majisiwa, some of you know him. He's the founder of Econet Wireless, one of the biggest telecommunications firm in Africa. We were attending a conference together somewhere in London, and the theme of the conference was a lot to do with transformation. And we were meeting with some of the founders, early founders or discoverers of COVID-19 vaccines. So obviously the conversation of COVID-19 came up, which now sounds like long history, doesn't it? Hey, Carol. It was just the other day, right? So the year is 2020. This is his story. The year is 2020. The COVID-19 pandemic is upon us. The whole world, led by the World Health Organization, you remember that organization that America decided to ditch, was working fast and furious to manufacture and distribute PPEs, again, words we have forgotten, right? And of course, to discover vaccines. So as soon as the first vaccines were discovered, now remember, up to this point, the whole world is working together. They've come under the umbrella of the WHO, and they are pulling that this is a crisis for the whole world. But as soon as the first vaccines were discovered, the West decided that it wanted all the vaccines for itself, right? Africa was left knocking at the door with a singular message coming from the other side of the door that we do not have enough. We must first save our people. That was the West was telling us. And this is where Strive comes in. So this is where his story began. He was appointed the African Union envoy on COVID-19 by the then chairman, President Cyril Ramaphosa. He brought together African presidents, challenging each to play their part. So recognizing that each of African countries were too small to be listened to by the manufacturers, who are at this point receiving orders in billions and billions of dollars from the US, from Australia, from all these countries that could afford to pay that kind of money. He put together a single marketplace for COVID-19 PPEs and other items where Africa negotiated as one, getting large volume discounts and attention like the rest of the world. He didn't stop there. As the vaccines were being made, he discovered that the companies that were manufacturing these vaccines had factories in Africa, some of them in South Africa. Companies like Aspen International and others were manufacturing in South Africa. And since the world called for all these pharmaceutical companies to repurpose all their factories to make vaccines, a lot of the orders were being made in South Africa. So he approached the chairman of the African Union, and he asked him, Mr. Ramaphosa, do you realize that these vaccines that we're being told we cannot receive are being manufactured in your country? And that's when, this is his own story, telling me, Mr. Ramaphosa responded in a very strong South African accent. They will see. The next thing he did, he said, the door is closed both ways. If we cannot receive, we cannot export. And so all the vaccines that were being manufactured in South Africa became vaccines for Africa. Next thing he did was working together with the then WHO Director General, the poor man, Dr. Tedros. Have we all forgotten him? Dr. Tedros. He argued for vaccine equity. He said, if it's an emergency, if it's a pandemic, you cannot then have artificial property rights for vaccines. And that allowed a lot more companies to be able to produce vaccines during that time. And finally, what some of us were involved in, mobilizing local manufacturers to repurpose their factories for PPEs, vaccines, and of course, everything else that was required. Yeah? The masks became available to everybody very, very quickly. And when you reflect on that, what started as a journey with Africa on its knees, knocking on the door, really turned out to be a painful reminder that the West will not back us when we are in need. It's a painful reminder that the future then lies on our shoulders. And a group of leaders need to rise to the occasion when called upon. Because when they did, as you all remember, Africa was transformed. Africa ended up with the lowest COVID deaths per capita in the entire world. Vaccine became as accessible in Africa as they were anywhere else in the world. So, ladies and gentlemen, your theme for today, which is Africa's Promise, Your Responsibility, Positioning Organizations for Global Impact, is apt, but it's not new. It has been done by others. It's been demonstrated at every level by others. It is our chance, therefore, to reflect on how leadership can fulfill Africa's promise and our shared responsibility to position organizations for global impact. The impact of your leadership starts internally within the organization. With the little that you do, you're the primary architects of organizational culture and performance. As leaders, you set the tone by influencing how employees perceive their roles, what behaviors are rewarded, which values are emphasized, and which attitudes are cultivated. Ladies and gentlemen, we are living at interesting times with our workforce. For the first time in history, many of your workplaces now have 6 generations. From the octogenarians, most of them sitting on the board, being chairmen and chairleaders of the board. Not you, Kellen. No, she was our chairman in the banking industry. And not you, Caro, either. Chairmen and chairleaders of boards. To the teenagers of the emerging Gen Alpha who are entering the workforce, and in between are the baby boomers, the Generation X, the Gen Ys, who we call millennials, and of course, the wonderful Gen Zs. Our long-held practices are being questioned daily. You know, I was reflecting on my own story. I've been a long believer in what I call systems to define fairness, as opposed to individuals defining fairness. What do I mean by that? Now, this came from when I was applying for university to the US. I came from a very poor background. And when you look at the school fees to pay for US universities, obviously I could not afford even a flight. When I talked to the school that I was applying to, MIT, they said, we do what's called need-blind admissions, which means we don't care about your needs, we don't care about your needs. You put in your application, we'll look at it. And only after we make that decision can we ask you whether you can afford or not. And I said, oh, super. So that's what actually encouraged me to apply. I applied, got in, purely on a need-blind-based admissions. As soon as I got in, they then asked me to talk to the financial office. And the financial office was shocked to hear that I couldn't even afford a flight, leave alone the fees or anything else, right? And obviously, way back, people used to come together with something called harambes. So we put together harambes for me to get a flight to be able to go and work the financial office to find other ways to meet the fees. And that drove in me the sense of fairness, that we should find a way where the underprivileged must be able to play on the same playground as everybody else. So when I later joined NIC, a predecessor bank to NCBA, as happens, and will happen to you, or if it happened already, when you're a new CEO and you're very approachable, people get the courage to come to you with all their problems, isn't it? So when I joined, I remember two very good occasions. One was a lady who asked to see me. And she came to see me and spent quite a bit of time telling me, I'm new, I'm a bit bored, I haven't started work properly, you're still trying to figure your way, so you have all the time for people. And she told me that she had been working in the same job for 7 years. Each year she had been rated very highly. And yes, each year she got her bonus. But she told me each year she has seen people getting promoted except her, right? And in her own words, she said, GMD, I feel invisible in this organization. The second one was someone who came and told me, now, like the first one, that they had gotten promotions. And as they got promotions and being rated very well, they noticed their pay was always much lower than their colleagues. They didn't say male or female, they just said, their colleagues. And perception is reality, isn't it? When somebody says that. So I was faced with these two interesting issues. First one on promotion. How do you address parity and fairness in promotion? How do you make sure people feel that the promotion process is fair? Unfortunately, in the way we operate is that you would get promoted, or the way we did, you get promoted if a vacancy opened up, isn't it? If you're going to be the branch manager must leave for you to get to that level, right? If you're going to be a senior relationship manager, there must be a vacancy that opens up. So that was a problem. I looked at that problem, and I came up with a policy that I had to take a lot of time explaining. The policy I came up with was that everybody must be considered for promotion after every 3 years. Everybody, right? But the question that came back from my management was, but there are no vacancies. I said, very good, let's work on a need-blind process, meaning you're talking about the need of the organization. Let's be blind to the need of the organization. The organization may have to create positions for these people, but let's be blind to the need of the organization. So what did we do? We then said, then separate titles and bands from job description. You can be a director and your job is managing a branch, right? Those two don't have to be together. You can be a manager and managing nobody, right? The title is not the band. The title is not the job description, right? And we separated the two. And that gave opportunity for every year for us to be able to promote over 150 people. And the other message that went to the organization under the policy was employees had the right to know why they were not considered for promotion if they met the criteria. So every manager had to go and explain, why were you not promoted, right? And that created parity. The particular woman I told you about continued doing the same job for another 6-7 years, but she got 3 promotions during that time in the same position. And promotion meant you got a new title, got a new band, you got new pay. So everything that comes with promotion. The job may not change until a position opened up from a job description for her to move to the next level. And she was very happy. So that was one. The other one was on pay, as I said. The thing we changed on pay, and I know a number of organizations now have actually copied us, was to say, let's make again pay the need that I talked about. Let's be blind to that. Let's talk about performance. And so what each employee talks to their manager about is purely performance. What's my rating? So you argue back and forth and you agree. Once that is determined, your manager has 0 say on pay or your bonus. It's a formula. It's on the board. Everybody knows. If I'm rated this, my bonus is going to be X. And so if you are rated X and you don't get your bonus Y, you have to question the organization. How come John got a bigger bonus than me, yet we are rated the same? And that is, again, open. That everybody is rated this way, therefore you get, the formula is X times your annual pay, right? That's the formula. So you have to, you know exactly, if I'm rated this is what I'm going to get. And that cuts for everybody. Why? Because I had come from organizations where even me had been thought discriminated against. Remember, I had worked in purely white environments in the US, in South Africa, purely white environments. In South Africa, senior level then, banking was all white. And so you would perform very well, but you have a manager who determines your bonus. And so they'll sit there, and obviously, if you're rated the same as, Alon, who they were in church together on Sunday and they're serving in the same church in Pretoria, Alon will get better pay on bonus than you, isn't it? Because they say this guy on weekends, I don't know, he goes to church in Soweto, I don't know what he's doing there, Obviously, Alan will get better bonuses. And this, we needed to address that. But I'm telling you that not because of that fact. I'm telling you now to reflect it today, the Gen Zs, that I thought I had said these wonderful systems that work. But today, the Gen Zs have come to me, and they ask me, who told you I have 3 years to wait for promotion? Right? That's what they're asking me. This is real. It's the questions they're asking me. One asked me, who told you I want to manage people? Who told you that? Yeah? Why can't I just be a programmer for life and get the same money you get as GMD? One asked me that recently. They're questioning everything. They're questioning every system we have put in place. And then we need to be really alive to that fact, that the people we are leading today are very different. Their sense of fairness is very different to our sense of fairness. So as you go back with the training you have received, please, it's important to engage in conversation with these intergenerational teams to build deeper connections, understand them better. Second thing is you must drive culture as leaders. You must drive culture. I think this is something that's becoming very challenged in today's world because, as I said, building systems, I thought I'm building the culture, right? Now people understand this is how we work, and culture is how you work. Everybody understood. Now we have an era where Gen Zs are telling me, pay me less, but let me work 4 days a week, right? And I'm going, what do you mean, pay you less? And, but we have a system. If you're this great, this title, this is what you get paid. Pay me less, let me work 4 days a week. And another one came and told me, I know in banking, all your policies, everything says, work, you have X number of days per year of leave, and the work day is defined from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., except if you work on a branch where it's defined differently, and blah, 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 blah. And we have all these definitions. Those of you who have worked in banking know all this, yeah? And they're coming now saying, wait a minute, who told you my work day begins at 8 a.m.? One told me I have to rave, I have to go to party after party, but I'll still deliver what you need me delivered. Yeah? Question the output. That's what they told me. Question the output, not the input or how it's done. Don't define the input. So that's the world we are living in. So as you go back, really, these are the questions that are going to come to you. So, turning to the global environment. The global operating environment is fundamentally changing, as we all know, and is being rewired with profound shocks stemming from economic headwinds, geopolitical tensions, climate disruption, technological evolution, and of course, as you mentioned all those, you must mention Donald Trump, isn't it? Those are all the factors. Donald Trump has become a factor on his own. Yeah? You must mention him in that. So things are changing. Donald Trump has decided to focus on Africa. not as a great destination, which was the last decade. Africa was the place to go, isn't it? China, America, the whole world was fighting over Africa. You know, the whole conversations was back to 1940s, yeah? The Berlin Conference to divide Africa. That has changed. Today, thanks to Trump, he has defined us as a shithole continent, isn't it? Excuse my language. Huh? Yeah? Is it okay? You forgive me for that, huh? Okay. If you give me a doctorate, I'll never use that word, I promise. I promise. But we've been defined as the shithole countries, isn't it? You've seen he's gone on a warpath on African countries. Things have changed. I was thinking to myself the other day, the way I applied to the US back then for college, need-based admissions, conversations I had, how they'll help me afford my education. Today, such a conversation is difficult, isn't it? Thanks to Trump, who is saying, I don't want these people. I don't want these people. You, this generation, and the upcoming generation, we must turn around and tell him, we do not need you either. That's the message we must send back. And you as leaders must start to instill that level of self-belief in your people. And that starts with ourselves, that level of self-belief. And as Dr. Ogutu has said, we get together once, talk about our challenges, and they're difficult. I recently attended, was moderating a training where they were talking about Kenya at 100. Kenya at 100. It's not far, by the way. It's quite close. 36 years. We shall be Kenya at 100. And so these people are saying, Vision 2030, we're already there. We haven't done much. Can we talk about Kenya at 100? How we want to look at Kenya at 100? And I think all of us are being now challenged to start thinking that far. Kenya at 100. Your organization at 100. Your family business at 100. How is it going to look like? And we're being called upon to do that. So the world has changed fundamentally for the reasons I've just mentioned. But I think the comfort I'll give you a little bit is that when you talk about Trump as a factor, he wouldn't be there for long. What I fear is what new trumpets he's creating, right? That he's creating. And those are the ones we must target to educate. Those are the ones we must make sure they understand. The life of a president, we all think it's one where they think very hard and long hours, isn't it? I had one funny experience. When I worked in South Africa, I was once summoned to meet with President Zuma. That time he was president. And you get a call and you're told the president's looking for you, and you're like, well, I'm a simple Kenyan, why would the president be looking for me? I'm told I need to meet with him at his home in Zululand, right? In Kandala, is it called? I need to meet him in Kandala. I say, okay, I've never been. No, it's not really in Kandala. He's there for a conference somewhere else. You need to go meet him. And I swear, this is true. I asked for directions. I'm told, well, you fly to Durban. You fly to Durban, you need to get in a car, you drive for about 2 hours, okay? And as you drive, the directions are you go through this large sugar plantation. If you see this big tree, turn left. If you go this, you see a river, you're going too far, turn back. Exactly the same way we give. When you think about South Africa, you think how developed it is. They do have rural areas, yeah? So you obviously, draw all these directions, and it's a big tree, there is a river here, there is, a funny house here that you see. Anyway, long story short, I went to meet with the president. We had a very good catch-up, if you may, because he was actually there, not as president, he was there as the chief of the local men's council, okay? So it was a big tent, all men, and I sat in front. But the funny part was the whole conversation and speeches were in Zulu. So you're sitting there clapping when everybody claps, nodding when everybody nods, understanding zero, right? understanding zero. And I'm asking myself, when is this going to end so I can speak with the president? Anyway, lunch comes, and we go to the lunch tent. I'm told to sit next to the president, sit next to him. But for those of you who don't know, Zuma was a very popular president. And he was popular because the guy has charisma like no other I've ever seen. Right? I'm sitting there, and every time I turn to talk to him, somebody comes. There's a lady coming to talk to him. Now, during lunch, there were ladies. Lady coming to talk to him, and they were talking Zulu. They would laugh like they've known each other for life. Guy comes in, they talk, they will laugh like they've known each other for life. I mean, the man has that level of charisma. I can tell you when he spoke during that function, the man would finish his sentence. Have you seen that? When somebody speaks and people are just finishing a sentence. I was amazed. Yeah? So anyway, at the end of it, we grab lunch, and the man has that charisma where he's sitting there. The longest conversation I think he and I had was, John, we cannot have the conversation here with you. Let's just enjoy lunch. And by the way, John, if you think you're going to be served, you're going to starve. Come, let me take you, we get lunch. And we went, joined the queue like everybody else, got lunch, sat down, chatted a bit. Then he told me, you have to come to my house. He had been told, I come from Joburg, be told to go to Durban. Then he tells me, no, come to my house in Pretoria. The luxury of being a president, isn't it? Come to my house in Pretoria. Anyway, sorry, I'm digressing. I go to his house on the appointed date in the evening, sit waiting area outside the house, the reception area. And there are all these ministers coming in and out. And as you all know, if you're meeting a president, the thing you need is time, isn't it? You have to wait. I waited. About 11 o'clock, I'm ushered in. Now, I'm imagining this man has been meeting, I've seen ministers I recognize, right? So he must be working, isn't it? Very busy, thinking about these policies that we all complain about that are coming from the president. So I walk in, I'm thinking he is in a boardroom, on a table, you know, working hard, going through notes of all the meetings he has had. I'm ushered into his living room. And what is the man doing? He's watching a cartoon, Tom and Jerry. It's a true story. What do you mean you're watching a cartoon, Tom and Jerry? And he tells me, don't sit here. I'll have this cartoon. Don't you like it? So we laugh a little bit. Thinking to myself, this is weird. This is the same man who tomorrow will make pronouncements that are going to affect our lives. Yeah? This is the same president, right? Who tomorrow will decide that we are bombing DRC, right? Or Rwanda, or whoever he wants to bomb. And anyway, as it turned out, after we watched the cartoon a little bit, he told me, okay, now let's go work. So he took me to another room where I met with some other business people, and we continued with our business. But I won't tell you what the business was. But to continue that, the point I was trying to make is, let's not patch on a single man, Trump. He's here for a short time, right? And he is not that smart. He's probably watching cartoons at night. Okay? That's what I'm trying to say. So let's not fear what he says in the morning. But let's remember that Trump says what we have grown to his level, what we have created to bring to his level. Our own president here reacts to what we as leaders have brought to his level. When we talk about corruption, which is a big theme today, I'm actually challenging the government to start arresting us executives first. Forget about government workers, because that's all we focus on, isn't it? We focus on government employees and their corruption. What about us, private sector? We are the ones enabling it. Wouldn't you be happy if you found 5 CEOs of the banks we are locked up somewhere because of corruption? It will start to change, isn't it? That's the challenge we are now telling government. Obviously, as I'm doing so, I'm telling them, please write my name so you don't, I cannot be the first one to get arrested. But I know they shouldn't, because I'm not corrupt. But the point I'm making is we as leaders are the ones who drive the message, the culture of the organization, as well as the culture of the country. And we are being called upon to make sure that we shape that culture. So today, you are the graduates. Learning is fundamental to growth. Let me quote Albert Einstein, who said that the day you stop learning is the day you start dying. Isn't it? So I want to really acknowledge and congratulate you for getting here. The significant problems we face, he also said, the same Albert Einstein, cannot be solved at the same level of thinking we were at the point those problems were created. That sentence, when I read it, it has two strong meanings in it. One is the level of thinking we must keep elevating, isn't it? But more importantly, is that the problems we face, we created them. Do you notice that? It cannot be solved at the same level of thinking we were at when we created them. We created the problems. So they cannot be insurmountable. If we created them, there must be a solution. So graduates, you're equipped with the tools to confront the most profound challenges of our time. To the Strathmore School of Business and its course leaders, I raise a glass to you for 20 years of making profound differences. You have become the pioneers of executive education programs in Kenya and indeed in Africa. And this is more than just a celebration, it's a heartfelt thank you to everyone who has been part of this journey. To you graduates, remember the words of Major General Fatuma Ahmed, the commander of the Kenya Air Force, the first female commander of the Kenya Air Force. She said, embrace the critical component of change you represent in your organizations. So don't go talk about change. You must be the change in your organizations. Embrace it. So as you step forward, be a listener, seek counsel, and elevate your teams to ensure success. Be true to the ethos and culture of the organization, but be ready to challenge and change those cultures. At NCB, as I say, the Gen Zs are challenging us to change our culture every day. The way we do things is changing. Your responsibility now is therefore to ensure that the decisions made in your boardrooms today do not reinforce existing disparities, but instead drive global prosperity. And by disparities, by the way, I do want to mention the last few decades, not too many decades, we have dealt with gender imbalance. It's still a problem even today. But I also feel when it shifts, it's going to go too far because the boy child is also being left behind. So when it shifts, it'll again be too far. We'll continue this journey now talking about bringing men in. So let's get to a point where we're the centralists, that every human being is equal to the next human being, and make sure that we approach this on merit and quality. And if you approach it on merit and quality, I swear to God, you'll get a woman who is as good as a man and a man who is as good as a woman, and we will balance the world. Go forth, lead with integrity, purpose and heart, and transform Africa's immense promise into a tangible reality for you and for generations to come. So congratulations. We look forward to witnessing your impact. Thank you very much, everybody.
Another round of applause. Keep it going, keep it going, keep it going. Wow. I'd like to point out, Mr. Gashora, that there's a South African tie between you and our CSO, Dr. Caesar Mwangi. The difference is he's never told us a story where he went to meet the president, Mr. Zuma, the president, former president, Jacob Zuma. Maybe he has a better story than that one. He just hasn't shared it with us. But what stood out for me, how can leadership fulfill Africa's promise? For you as leaders, for us as leaders, how can we get Africa from its knees? Most of you have now experienced are now experiencing 6 generations in your workplace. And he pointed out that systems to define fairness have to be put in place. And finally, that you as leaders must drive culture. You as leaders must drive culture. And towards the end, just to sum things up, he pointed out that as Africans, we need to get to a point where we can be able to handle the shutting down of an organization such as USAID without us getting to our knees. We need to get to a point where we can handle Donald Trump and Trump heads or trumpets, I'm not sure, without us getting to our knees. We need to think far. Right now, we need to think of Kenya at 100. As a personal belief, I've always thought most of our problems as Kenya, but I'd like to believe this touches the rest of Africa, is a certain short-sightedness. So when you complain about corruption, it's short-sightedness, it's immediate gain, as opposed to long-term gain. It's stealing all the money for a project, or 80% of the money for a project, instead of taking 20% and allowing the project to run so that you get more projects, so that you get 20% cumulative. I've often believed our problem is short-sightedness. And before I mention the final note that stood out to me, I'd like to point out, like South Africans, we also give directions and tell you, when you get to the M-Pesa shop, keep going. You're almost there. Problems cannot be solved at the same level of thinking as when we created them. And with that, I'd like to invite Les Wanyika to give us some entertainment as we prepare to start awarding certificates. Our CEMs will be moving around, directing you on how to move out. You'll likely be going outside, then coming out through this entrance. And I will inform you on how to stand, how to smile, and how to take your photos once you get here. I know you're laughing, but it's a serious matter. If you need to guide, as an MC, it's your role to guide people for posterity, for their grandchildren. And now, a round of applause for Les Wanyika. gentlemen. A round of applause for Les Wanyika. I saw a Gen Z singing along to this song, and I was quite surprised that he knew this song. And now, we get to the best part. Not that the speeches were not good, but you all came for the best part. And now, before I introduce the next program, I'll call upon Mrs. Emma Mongai, the Director for the Executive Coaching Management Program, to join us on stage, and Roy Were, the Director, Quality Assurance here at the Strathmore Business School, Roy Were. And essentially their job will be to be guinea pigs just for 2 seconds. As I had mentioned previously, we need to run through this. In the absence of Bwana Roy Were, I'll call upon Mureithi, who has already called himself. So as you come in, and I hope the people at the back are aware of this, you'll need to allow space for the graduate, Bwana Roy. So, Bwana Olive. Yes. I'd like to call one other guinea pig. So our participant will be coming in, Bwana George. A round of applause for George, who's graduating today with a nondescript program from Strathmore Business School. And then a certificate will be handed to one of the awardees. And George, it's your job now to show your teeth. Yeah, much better, yes. Yes. Then a photo will be taken by Christine. Once Christine does this, you can now put your teeth back and then head out. You'll get a gift from one of our assistants as you head out. Kindly do not leave this way, you'll miss out on your gift pack. If you go this way, you'll have a gift pack handed to you as you head back to your seat. As a good teacher, I have to ask, are there any questions? Thank you very much. And now, Bwana Mureithi, you can only sit if Bwana Roy is here. Bwana Roy Were, Strathmore Business School, Director, Quality Assurance. A round of applause for Roy and Emma, who will be awarding the certificates. And these certificates are for the Executive Coaching for Managers program, which is expertly designed to accelerate participants' coaching skills. Participants were challenged and supported to coach and be coached, to articulate and share their experiences, perceptions, and thoughts, and explore diverging perspectives to build confidence and expertise as a coach. And we all know the future of leadership is coaching. To call out the names, I'd like to call upon Dennis Kipngetich, who will be calling out the names of those getting their certificates. A round of applause for Dennis.
All right, good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I trust you're well and you're ready for the beautiful part of the day. All right, another differentiator between the SBS Kenya and SBS Mombasa is that Strathmore University Business School is one of the universities in Africa, if not the only university that has coaching as part of their curriculum. A round of applause to that. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to present the graduates of the Executive Coaching for Managers today, the year 2025. And because this is Strathmore University, everyone gets a chance to be the first class honors. So I'll just call out the names as per the alphabetical order. Akinyi Veronica Liza. Congratulations so much. She's a consultant, a venture, and a builder. Dr. Evans Almeida. Who is the medical doctor, Strathmore University Medical Center. Congratulations. Next on stage is Engineer Frederick Oyuga. Who is the Senior Engineer, Kenya National Highways Authority. A round of applause, please. Next on stage is Dr. Janet Muriuki, who is the Director, Healthcare Workforce Development, IntraHealth International. Move to the middle. And next on stage is Lydia Wetugi, who is the Senior Program Manager, Embassy of the Switzerland. Massimiliano Roquaro is the next on stage. Finance Manager, Strathmore University Business School. Next on stage is Michael Babu, Manager, Community Service Center, Strathmore University. Next on stage is Shadrach N. Mwangangi, our Executive Education Director, Strathmore Business School. Congratulations. Next on stage is Imran Osman, who is the Chief Executive Officer, Avenue Healthcare, and also is the class president. So after this, he's going to give us a speech and tell us more about the experience in the coaching. And also in absentia, we are graduating Anne Karanja, and we are graduating Jane Nzau, and we are graduating Dr. Magdalene Dimba, and also Rachel Wanyoike. So thank you, Emma, and thank you, Roy. Allow me again to welcome the class president, Osman, to give us a 3-minute speech.
Good morning, everyone. Distinguished faculty, honored guests, and my fellow graduates, all protocols observed. On behalf of the ECM class of 2025, thank you for being here to celebrate this moment with us. This has been more than a program. For many of us, it has been a journey of rediscovery, humility, learning, unlearning, and how to show up differently. To Emma Mungai, the Director Coaching, Executive Mentorship at Strathmore, thank you for leading this experience with such grace and intention. To Yvette and John, our program coordinators, thank you for holding the class together, guiding us, reminding us of deadlines, and ensuring we never lost the rhythm. To our trainers in absentia, Patricia and Marta, who are probably following us online from Spain, your presence has shaped us. You stretched our thinking, challenged our instincts, and invited us into a deeper understanding of what it means to truly coach. We also learned how to dance. Not the dance that we are all used to back home, and not the Lingala that you all know of, not even the Spanish that our tutors tried to teach us. The dance we do with our coaches, a dance of pacing, of trust, of presence, a dance where silence speaks, the listening deepens, and the conversations become a mirror for growth. We learned that silence is not empty. It is information. It is space. It is courage. We learned that listening is not waiting to speak. It is entering another person's world without carrying your own. We learned connection through triads, where each of us was held, challenged, encouraged, and sometimes confronted in the most compassionate way. And through this dance, we became a community. We became coaches. We became humans. To my fellow executive coaches, the ECM class of 2025, thank you. Thank you for the vulnerability, for the laughter, for the stories, for the early mornings and sometimes late night texts, the WhatsApp debates, even now it's going on with the pictures. Who looks better, who wore the right makeup, who wore the right suit, who followed the protocol, and who stood there. We have formed a tribe that will walk with us long before, and Liza, we're waiting for the Mbuzi. As we leave this hall and return to our organizations, our families, and our wider communities, may we carry the spirit of this program. May we bring presence where there is noise. May we bring clarity where there is confusion. May we bring humanity where it is needed most. Congratulations, ECM 2025. It has been an honor to serve you as class president. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me once again to help me congratulate the class of 2025. A round of applause. And in the spirit of the African transformation, please be aware that we are always open to serve you. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year ahead. Thank you.
If you want to know what the future of leadership looks like and which programs to focus on, look at what the leaders in Strathmore Business School are doing, the programs they are taking, and take your cue. I'm hoping you've noticed the number of senior leadership who've taken our coaching program and taken your cue. And now I'd like to call upon Professor Gilbert Kokwaro of the Institute of Healthcare Management and Nolene Magucha, our People and Culture Senior Manager, to be the next awardees of certificates for the Hospital Management Program. The health industry is one of the fastest growing and constantly evolving industries in the world, and in Africa as well. Healthcare providers must, therefore, be able to understand and respond to new dynamics, such as how health organizations are managed, advances in medical and information technology, health policy formulation and implementation, increased competition, and growing demands for patient-centered care provision. This program, the Hospital Management Program, at the Institute of Healthcare Management, provides a unique opportunity for healthcare professionals to develop and enhance a set of skills to respond to these emerging dynamics in healthcare delivery. And to call out the names, I'd like to call upon Geoffrey Ombati, who will be joining us. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning once again. For the last 15 years, the Institute of Healthcare Management at the Strathmore Business School, through the leadership of Professor Gilbert Kokwaro, we have been consistently strengthening the healthcare system in different parts of our country and the East Africa through the hospital management. This year, we are privileged to share with you 20 candidates who have gone through this program, and it is our desire, and I believe, that there will be pillars of change within the communities to which they serve. Allow me, therefore, to start by calling Alexander Jamia Kenyatta, the facility manager at Gertrude Children's Hospital, Mutaiga. Joining us next on stage is Bint Adman Rashid, a nurse manager at Aga Khan Hospital, Mombasa. Next on stage, Madam Elizabeth Wambui Maura, Nursing Service Manager, Alisi Family Hospital, Kitengela. Next on stage, we have Sister Irene Murugi, Medical Laboratory Officer, Little Sisters of St. Francis. Next on stage, we have Dr. Linda Umbito, a consultant at Advent Medical and Dental Care Center. Next on stage, we have Mateka Hicks Green, orthopedic surgeon at Enwek Hospital, Bomet County. Next on stage, we have Dr. Okot Nib Diana, Head of Pharmacy, Avenue Healthcare, Kisumu. Next on stage, we have Simon Juma Masinde, the administrator for Zion Medical Center, Bungoma. Next on stage, we have Snyder Murumba, Quality Assurance Manager, St. Francis Hospital. Next on stage, we have Father Godwin Alo Olwach, the administrator for St. Monica Hospital, Kisumu. Next on stage, we have Charles Olunga, the administrator for St. Monica Town Clinic, Kisumu. Next on stage, Evelyn Achieng Agola, the administrator for St. Vincent de Paul Hospital. Next on stage, we have Mercy Atieno, the administrator for Holy Family Call Mission Hospital. The administrator for Holy Family Call Mission Hospital. Next on stage, we have Boniface Burugu Kaburu, company pharmacist, Sangrick Limited. Next on stage, we have Karimi Kubere, Senior Customer Executive, Unnamed Limited. Next on stage, we have the class president, Dr. Sylvia M. Kairu, Head of Clinical Services and Governance, Valley Hospital, Nakuru. That is our class president for the hospital management for health professionals 2025. In absentia, Dr. Sylvia, please remain on stage. We can let Prof. and People and Culture to sit down. In absentia, we could want to convert this certificate to Shaheen Hussein and Dr. Violet Kemuto Otok. So the class president will be able now to give us the speech on behalf of the class.
Right, sure. Good morning. My name is Sylvia Mukame Cairo. I'm a medical doctor by profession, and I was also privileged to be the president of the healthcare management, hospital management for health professional programs for the year 2025. Today is a deeply meaningful moment for all of us. After months of dedication, balancing demanding hospital schedules, personal responsibilities, and rigorous coursework, we stand here as graduates of this program. It has not been an easy journey, but it has been an incredibly transformative one. Over the past 7 modules, we have grown in ways that go far beyond the classroom. In accounting, controlling, and capital budgeting, we learned how every shilling in a hospital tells a story and how prudent financial stewardship safeguards patient care. Through strategic planning and leadership, we gained tools to steer our institutions with clarity, foresight, and purpose. In client services and marketing, we understood that healthcare is not only about treatment, it is about experience, trust, and connection. Corporate communication reminded us that how we speak, how we write, and how we engage shapes our credibility and our institution's image. Through human resource and talent management, we saw how people, not systems or machines, remain the heartbeat of every healthcare facility. In quality, management, operations, and supply chain, we learned what it truly means to run a hospital that is safe, efficient, and responsive. And finally, health information management showed us the power of data in saving lives, improving outcomes, and shaping the future of healthcare. And this transformation is entirely aligned with what Strathmore University Business School stands for. Strathmore's mission to develop ethical and transformational leaders through research, innovation, and the dissemination of knowledge is truly reflected in the growth we see amongst ourselves today. Its vision to spearhead Africa's transformation is a call that now rests on our shoulders. As healthcare professionals, we know that healthy nations are the foundation of every form of progress. When Strathmore says world-class, it challenges us to raise the standard of care in every ward, clinic, and department that we touch. And its values, wisdom, excellence, trailblazing, and service to society have been woven into our learning experience. Today, as we graduate, we do not walk merely with certificates, we walk with a renewed sense of purpose. We walk away with stronger minds, stronger leadership, and stronger hearts. We walk away ready to influence systems, empower teams, and transform healthcare one decision at a time. Let us live here knowing that the future of healthcare in this country requires people exactly like us, trained, ethical, courageous, compassionate, and commitment. Let me end with a powerful quote by Nelson Mandela that captures the spirit of today. Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. And today, Strathmore has placed that weapon firmly in our hands. A congratulations to all of us. May we go forward and change the world. Thank you.
At every graduation, the speeches might end up sounding similar and maybe generic if you're not keen. But with each class president, pick just one thing to go home with. I'd like to invite once again Professor Kukwaro and Dr. Edwin Bogwa, Sector Lead Catholic Relief Services, to award the next set of certificates for the Managing Healthcare Business program, which builds on a combination of the established strength of business leadership, management, and entrepreneurship courses offered by subject matter experts, as well as experiential learning through industry leaders with local, regional, and international perspectives. A round of applause for Professor Kukwaro and Dr. Edwin. And now, I'll call back Geoffrey Ombati to call out the names of the graduates.
Once again, I'm happy this morning to call on stage the people the candidates we have trained through our Managing Healthcare Businesses program. This is the program where we nurture entrepreneurial dreams in healthcare to be able to support our community through quality of care on different parts of East Africa. On stage, we have Abraham Orale, Director, Katito Medical Center. He's the Director of Katito Medical Center. On stage, we have Simiyu Bramwell, who is the County Primary Healthcare Coordinator, Kericho County. County Primary Healthcare Coordinator for Kericho County. On stage, we have Edna Wamboi Wanjiku, the Practice Manager, Dr. Tim's Dental Clinic. Next on stage, we have Evans Omondi Alo, Chief Executive Officer, Evans Healthcare Clinic. Next on stage, we have Faith Akinyi Ogada, Director, Ahava Medical Center, Kisumu. Next on stage, we have Dr. Joash Alwoj Alombo, the Branch Manager, Bristol Park Hospital, Kitengela. Next on stage, we have Johnny Ndungu Wanjiku, Director Next on stage, we have Tom Wycliffe Oliwa, Director Corporate Planning and Strategy. Next on stage, we have Nurse Njeri Kamau, the Director of Mororongo Wellness. Thank you, Dr. Edwin, for supporting the first phase of that program. Allow me, therefore, to call on stage Father Francis and Prof. Prof, you still remain, to assist in awarding the certificate for the remaining candidates. Next on stage, this is the candidates who are coming on stage. They are from the Archdiocese of Kisumu, that's Kisumu and Siaya. It's a program we have partnered with the Catholic Relief Services to support health system strengthening for the Archdiocese of Kisumu. And this program, we are happy that our partner Catholic Relief Services came on board to support us in offering services to our people. So next on stage, we have Sister Mbuya Lydia Atieno, who is in charge of quality care through safe care for the Archdiocese of Kisumu. Next on stage, we have Sister Rachel Benta Okwaro, who is the administrator for St. Anne Nyangoma Health Center, Siaya County. Next on stage, we have Sister Judith Cecilia Obonyo, who is the administrator for St. Anne Sega Mission Hospital. Next on stage, we have Sister Violet Lydia Namtali, who is the administrator for St. Mary's Yara Dispensary. Sister Violet was a teacher by profession, and when she retired, she said she still has time to serve the community, and she went on to start the dispensary at St. Mary's Yara. Please clap for Sister. Next on stage, we have Roslyn Murera, who is administrator at Nyabondo Mission Hospital. Next on stage, we have Sister Dorcas Yota, who is administrator for St. Clare's Borough Mission Hospital. Next on stage, we have Father Collins Odiero, who is the Chief Executive Officer for St. Joseph's Mission Hospital and the Trauma Center Nyabondo. That's level 5 hospital. Next on stage, we have Reverend Father Anton Futa, who is the board chair for the health department at the Archdiocese of Kisumu. Next on stage, we have Reverend Father Lawrence Otieno Juma, who is administrator for Justice and Peace Deanery at the Archdiocese of Kisumu. Next on stage, we have Father Frederick Odhiambo Auma, who is also a board chair. Thank you, Father Francis and Prof. Kokwaro. I therefore wish now to call these names out. These are the people who will be graduating in absentia. We have Christine Aoko Onyango, who is the hospital administrator for Ruara Community Alliance, Migori County. We have Nance Nanjara, Bristol Park Hospital. We have Mercy Mutoni Gisheru, dental surgeon, CarePoint Dental Services, Nakuru. Mr. Charles Odwall, the administrator for St. Elizabeth Mbaga Mission Hospital. Sister Maureen Okech, the administrator for the Divine Mercy Hospital. Sister Karen Kidoyi, the administrator for Helmis Jonah Uradi Mission Hospital. Sister Alice Trisha Atieno, who is the administrator for Siaya Nyamonye Health Center. We have Sister Ambia Ritha, who is the administrator for St. Vincent de Paul Mission Hospital. We have Mr. Humphrey Onyango, the administrator for Holy Family Koru Mission Hospital. We have Mrs. Roslyn Murema, the administrator for Pandipiel Dispensary, Kisumu. We have James George Omole Ogiro, the administrator for the Kisumu Health Department. We have Mr. Claire Agijana, who is the administrator for St. Elizabeth Chiga Mission Hospital. We have Pamela Atieno, the administrator for Nyabondo Center for the Disabled. We have Lillian Nyamu, the administrator for the Kisumu Health Department. Then we have Solomon Setu Kileru, the administrator for Catholic Relief Services. On stage now, allow me to call the president for the Managing Healthcare Businesses Program at the Statmo Business School 2025 class to give his speech.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Evans Omondi Allo. I'm a clinical officer by training, specialized in nephrology. I'm the founder and CEO of Evans Healthcare. It's a group of hospitals operating in Western Kenya. I'm here to represent the school Management of Healthcare Business class. To our guests, the Vice Chancellor, our keynote speaker, Mr. John Gachora, to the CEOs in the room, the industry leaders, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once more. Today is a remarkable day to us because Strathmore has shown us that it's a manufacturer of leaders. It's a factory for leaders, not just students churning out students without a proper focus. So it makes us very proud to be members of graduates from Strathmore. And on behalf of the graduating class, we say thank you to Strathmore. We have seen a lot of relentless commitment, both from the graduating class, the faculty, and even those who work in back office that we've never met, and probably we are going out without meeting them. We say thank you so much for that. And most importantly, we want to talk about community impact. Strathmore stands out because it's not only focused on academic excellence, but is deeply committed in community focus. I say this because I know if you train a leader, you duplicate yourself. So Strathmore has been duplicating leaders in the industry. And because of that, when I see you should get worried. Your job might be taken because we are duplicating you. So, yeah, so mine is just to appreciate and to congratulate my colleagues and also congratulate myself and my family for urging me to be here. And we've discovered important truths by being at Strathmore. Education for a long time in Kenya has been about survival. You go to class 8 and then some are dropped, some move on. You go to Form 4, some are dropped, some move on. So it's about survival. But we've learned that everybody has a place in this country, and Strathmore is bringing up that very, very clearly, especially by training leaders who are able to go back and encourage and lead properly the people down there. So thank you so much for that, and may God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sir, this program was heavily supported by the Archdiocese of Kisumu, His Grace Bishop Maurice Moatia Makumba, through the Health Department, which is led by Father Francis. I therefore called on stage Father Francis just to speak to us in a few minutes about the impact of this program at the Archdiocese of Kisumu.
God is good. God is good, Yahweh. As a priest, normally the rule of protocol is that we just greet everybody, God is good. But here, allow me to observe few discipline on protocol through the administration and leadership of Strathmore and all the partners, and all the graduates and all of us here present. God is good. God is good. I stand here, one, to represent our Archbishop, Most Reverend Maurice Mohatia Makumba, who was supposed to be here, but today, because of the competitive task, he's in Kisumu for another mission with the choir of the Archdiocese. So I'm here, I've got his blessing. When you see me talking, these are the blessing of the Archbishop to this congregation. I'm here also as the health coordinator for the Archdiocese of Kisumu to lead a team that are beneficiaries of the programs of the Strathmore Business School and the university. Thirdly, I'm here on an expedition to do networking and also get more partners. So when I see a team here in front, as they'll be eating their snacks, me, I'll be busy doing networking and partnership. That is my mission. As I stand here, one, I thank God for the opportunity that we have had through the Catholic Relief Services. When the Vice Chancellor was talking about, the CEO for the bank was speaking about the route in South Africa, CRS has been the people who have shown us the way, the direction, the signposts. They knew the way, they showed us the way, we followed the way, and we found the place. So I want to thank them for being the signpost to lead us to this institution. Now, when we came following that way, we now have those who were selected, and we cannot take it for granted that they are here. So in this institution, we have found the skills now. These skills will help us build ships, very important ships in life. For you to build the ships, you must have the ability. Ability normally is a word or it's attached to the end of a sentence. One, as an administrator, you must be approachable. So the skills of approachability, you lead in them as a good leader. The skills of availability, those abilities that are going to, there are so many abilities, I don't want to count them. You can enumerate them. The other skill on building the ships, a good administrator and a leader, you must have friendship. You must also have leadership. So those many ships are the skills that you have gathered from Strathmore Business School. All of us here, those who are graduating, you are going out with a lot of ships with you. So be the builder of the ships out there so that you can change the world. Our vision as a department in Kisumu Health Department is about quality of care in this world that is full of challenges. When Trump came down, he trampled on us as a department, where we lost so many healthcare workers, and then our budget was interfered with. When the changing policies in the government through the SHA, we are struggling with the concept SHA as a department, because as faith-based organization, for a long time we relied on subsidies from Rome, which now are no longer there, they have subsided. There were subsidies, but now they are subsided. So we are challenged by either the SHA phenomenon and the Trump phenomenon. It means what we have acquired here, as leaders, we must now think business. So the skills that we shall have here will help us build ships in business management. So on behalf of the Archbishop, on behalf of the Health Department, those who have been trained here, I want to ask you, join me in this expedition, build more partnerships, do a lot of networking for us to sustain, because our mission as a church is evangelize. We participate in the second mission of Christ, the healing mission. We evangelize by the social gospel, but this cannot be sustained if we don't have resources. We may have the resources, but the skills of managing the resources must also be there with us. So with these abilities and the ships, may God bless all of us, and congratulations to the graduates. God bless you.
Yahweh. Thank you, Father. I've been told that my voice is low. Can you hear me now? Well? Yes? Upper deck? We're not forgetting you, by the way. You guys have the most important seat. In an orchestra, in a classical show, you'd be good, right? You see, what happens, I am actually a salesman, if you don't know, and the most beautiful part of all of this here, the room here, say hello. I'm responsible for that, thank you. And you do not sell to this group by shouting. We speak low, right? Hello? Indeed, thank you. Moving swiftly, we are going to cut the entertainment of this section now, this portion, so that we can continue with the certificates. So just please allow us. What I'll do is also just remind you where the bathrooms are, so that if you need to take a break, you can just walk over. So the men's are this way, and the ladies are this way. There is a QR code that's going to be projected on the screens. That's where the photos that you're seeing being taken are going to be put. There's going to be a photo dump. There's going to be the feedback link and any other links that are useful for you. So please use that QR code that's going to be on the screens throughout this program. We're going to move to the next batch of certificates and programs. Those are the Owner Management Program, the Program for Management Development, PMD, and the Senior Management Leadership Program, that's SMLP. So if you've heard your program, start looking ready, because you'll be called to go that side, and the way you've seen the previous participants lining up. So just start looking ready so that we can get the program moving. And so we will begin with the Owner Manager Program, which is OMP, and as the name suggests, this is a program that's designed for entrepreneurs, and it's for those who carry vision, strategy, execution all at once. It is for those who take risks, those who are willing to carry the weight of Africa, the weight of philosophy, chaos, everything at once. In short, when you walk out of here, all the VXs parked over there, they're the ones who own VXs and Range Rovers. Yeah? Us, the ones that go chui-chui, that's us. I want to welcome to the stage those who are going to award those of OMP. Carol Musyoka, where did she go? She's just stepped out. So I'm going to ask Murithi Jogu, who is our director here at SBS for operations and support. And in place of Carol, she's here. Here's Carol. Hi, Carol. And Carol Musyoka, who is well known to many. She is the founder and chief executive officer of Carol Musyoka Consulting Limited. And she's also my boss in many programs. And she's a lovely, lovely person. Oh, come on. Carol. Welcome. She's going to be awarding. And I want to welcome the program manager for OMP, who is a man of many resources and he knows many, many things, Kenneth Toritich. Welcome, Kenneth.
You look beautiful from where I sit from where I stand. Good morning, everyone. I am going to ride on the protocols that already had been observed, and thank you, Omumba, for the opportunity, because I'm going to present to you the candidates for owner management program. And just to reiterate what my colleague Dennis Omumba spoke about, and what the chief guest mentioned about. And all of us, I'll ask that we be attentive and support these entrepreneurs as they get their certificates. Because before you pen down your resignation and start that business, great business idea, let's listen from the guys who've done it. And Dr. Kashora mentioned about the dynamics in the corporate space, the dynamics in terms of the caliber of the people that we're employing currently. So let's listen for the dynamics. I would just put forward this way, that today, as we honor a remarkable group, the multi-taxpayers, the job creators, the wealth builders, and the brave risk takers of our nation, I'll just ask two questions before I present them. Allow me to begin with a question. Who leads the leaders when the business depends on them every single day? Who helps a visionary step away from daily fires to build a future? That is where the owner management program steps in. So this program, as mentioned, is a transformational journey for CEOs, managing directors, and founders and directors who have stake in a family business or in a private entity. And it gives them the space, tools, and perspective to innovate and strengthen their organizations for long-term success. Without further ado, allow me to call by name and business name as well, the successful candidates for the Owner Management Program 2025, Cohort 17. So that is 17 years ago, 20 years ago when Strathmore began. We've done owner managers for 17 years now. A round of applause for that. So I'll begin with Daniel Gaiti Kamau, Laomai Holdings. So Director of Operations at Laomai Holdings, a fast-rising health business in Kenya, where they present resources around import of imports of pharmaceutical products. That is in absentia. For Daniel Kamau, please. Next, we go to Dennis Gisheru Masharia, Judd Accountants. Is a CPA Dennis, who runs a business and is the MD for that organization. tax advisory and audit. So JAD accountants. A round of applause for Dennis. In the spirit of managing time, Dr. Joanne Kinyanjui to be ready. Sizwe Pharmaceuticals Limited, welcome on stage, Dr. Joanne. She's the managing director of Sizwe Pharmaceuticals, transforming access to trusted, high-quality healthcare products in our region. So through OMP, she has a bold leadership board now that supports the progress of the business. A round of applause for Dr. Joanne. To progress again, Dr. Marion Wambui Ngumo, be also ready on stage. She's the MD at Smile Art. She's a dental surgeon, and she's the founder and lead clinician at Smile Art Dental, championing modern patient-centered excellence in dentistry. A round of applause for her. To prepare as well is a serial investor, Eric Mudhomi Misheni from Telam International, where Eric is the founder and CEO of Telam International, providing seamless logistic solutions globally. A round of applause for Eric. To prepare as well is Gerishon Ginuzianganga, Garyville Homes Limited, is the founder and CEO. Gerishon, please come forward on stage. Is the founder and the CEO of Garyville Homes, which develops premium homes, off-site and off-plan. So a round of applause for Gerishon. On stage again to prepare is Jane Wanjiru Nganga, Rarian Ceramics and Hardware Limited. She's the managing director and founder as well. She delivers quality finishes to homes and developments across Kenya. A round of applause for Jane. And in absentia as well is Mbabazi Tuisabe Biz from Keynote, Uganda, a multi-conglomerate in Uganda. Is the managing director of Keynote, Uganda, providing critical healthcare and laboratory solutions, both hardware and software. A round of applause for Mbabazi in absentia. And quick recovery to his dad. He just traveled, but there was a problem. So quick recovery to the dad from Mbabazi. Next on stage is Rosemary Muruki Kirimi, Rockmix International Limited. She is the managing director of Rockmix International, a bold innovator in Kenya's paint and coatings industry. A round of applause for her. Rufus Ndongai is next. Billmax Insurance Brokers Limited, Kenya. Mr. Rufus Ndongai, please come on stage, Rufus. Is the CEO of Billmax Insurance Brokers, ensuring clients across Kenya are protected with confidence and care. Billmax stands for empowering people to protect what matters the most. A round of applause for him. In absentia, Shadrach Anthony Oria, Tony West Limited. Mr. Shadrach Oria is the managing director of Tony West Limited, a key distributor of Kenya Brewers products serving parts of Nairobi. He also served as the class president, but is away for some other critical matters. A round of applause for Shadrach in absentia. To prepare next is Stephen Chalo Ngumbi, NN Poultry Palace Limited. Welcome on stage, Stephen. He is the founder and managing director of NN Poultry Palace, securing food systems through quality commercial poultry farming. So for eggs and everything else, and technology, get him on stage. He has about 15,000 birds. A round of applause for him. Next is Tracy Gashoki Mbiyu, transforming education in the country, Royal Brain School, Nairobi. So Tracy Gashoki, director and strategic lead at Royal Brain School, where she nurtures creativity on this 21st century and learning of children. So a round of applause for Tracy. In absentia, allow me to recognize Vanessa Kimanga, VPEC Rangers. She's the project manager in the family business, where she supports enhancement of operations across agriculture and real estate. A round of applause for Vanessa in absentia. Next is Wycliffe Moranga. Wycliffe Moranga is Aero Group Logistics and Transport Company co-director. He does lots of logistics across the globe and a fleet of over 3,000 vehicles. A round of applause for him. Supporting various value chain in Africa. Thank you, well done, Wycliffe. And now, we have our final student in this session, Her name is Caroline N. Mutoko. Caroline Mutoko, she's the CEO and MD at Konza Learning Center. So Caroline Mutoko, she's the co-founder and managing director of the Konza Learning Center, an innovative early learning institution shaping the future of education in Makueni County by combining excellence, curiosity, and character in every child. I would request Caroline not to step out of the stage because she was the deputy president for the class. And through the owner management program, she has strengthened her strategic leadership as she's championing transformative education in Kenya. And as I said, Ms. Caroline served as the deputy president. I'll request Ms. Samrethi and Caroline, you can thank you for your work, thank you for the support. So Caroline, I usher you on stage. You have 3 minutes, 30 seconds on stage.
Thank you. Okay. Distinguished guests, faculty, my fellow graduates, allow me to acknowledge our chief guest and godfather to my children, John Gashora, our executive dean, Dr. Caesar Mwangi, and our vice chancellor, Dr. Vincent Ogutu. I'd like to make some things clear. We just don't own VXs and V8s and a few Volvos. We also have a few Bajajes, Fielders, and Pro Boxes for Biashara. Today marks the end of a journey that has been not just about business, but about transformation. It has been a reawakening. As the 17th cohort of the Owner-Manager program, we stand not just as business owners, but as bold leaders. When we came to SBS, we thought we were here to sharpen our management skills, make better decisions, and maybe network a little. What we didn't expect was a transformation in how we think, how we lead, and how we show up in our businesses. The journey has been many things, from our sessions here in Nairobi, where we thought we knew our businesses inside out, to Lagos Business School, where we quickly discovered we didn't. Lagos stretched us, Dr. Mwangi. It tested our assumptions, our models, and yes, sometimes our patience and our palates. But it reminded us that entrepreneurship in Africa is not for the faint-hearted. It's for those who dare, who adapt, and who refuse to settle. The Lagos immersion proved that growth never lies in comfort zones or people who can't explore new cuisine. We ate skin. Yes, we did. Well fried. The value, the true value of OMP isn't just measured in shillings or profits. It's in the frameworks we now use to think, the boldness with which we make decisions, and the clarity we bring to our purpose. We live here not just as owners, but also as strategic thinkers. But the real gift of this program is the tribe that I have acquired. This ecosystem of thinkers, challengers, and doers, the kind of people you want in your corner when you're building something bold, like myself. They have been my cheerleaders. Today and together, we've debated, disagreed, we've laughed and sharpened each other. Somewhere along the way, this stopped being a class and became a community, my tribe. To our faculty, including Carol Musyoka, where did she go? Oh, you were hidden by the flower. You didn't just teach us content, you taught us how to think. We thought we knew how to. You taught us how to remodel our businesses, to rethink, to re-engineer our businesses, and sometimes ourselves. You made us uncomfortable in the best way possible, and I need to say our last module and the lessons on taxation, succession planning, and trusts, Dr. Mwangi, my class has said you send a crate of soda to Anderson, to Talipa, okay? The SBS experience, this has been something else. It's not just the environment and the warmth, the support, the people, and yes, the food. You overfeed us. Can we talk? We love you for it. But sometimes it's breakfast and then it's 10 o'clock tea and we're like, we haven't finished, we're just getting into taxation. And then an hour later, it's lunch. Let's talk. We're trying to lose weight. It's almost unfair that transformation here comes with an extra serving of chicken, mandazi, and really good grilled fish, and then enlightenment. Thank you. Chemtai, I'm sorry to call out your name. Your husband graduated this morning, and you asked me, Caroline, was there value in the OMP? Here's the answer. Business is tough. It's exciting, it's a living, breathing thing, and entrepreneurs, we're crazy enough to love it. But here at SBS, you find your people. You find your rhythm, your grounding, your reawakening, and best of all, your campus finds its true direction. So yes, there was value, immense value. To my fellow graduates, well done on the V8s and the VXs and the Pro Boxes and the Bajajes that we own. Let's go out there and build and disrupt and reimagine Africa. One bold, brilliant, and well-led business at a time. Congratulations and thank you.
Well done, Carol. Thank you. You can pick that gift. We have something for you. We have something for you. Thank you so much. Because the MCs had pressure on time, they told me I really spared my time. Congratulate me for keeping time, please. And I just wanted to make 3 closure remarks on the Owner Management Program, OMP, Owner Manager Program. So I'm assuring the VC and Dr. Gashora here that do we have people who are going to resign after hearing about taxation and all that to begin those businesses? Do we have resignation coming forth to start businesses? Yes, you can through the OMP program. Therefore, I wanted to recognize in absentia Dr. Edward Mungai, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, who is also the co-course leader for the Owner Management Program. A round of applause for Dr. Edward Mungai. In absentia as well is Dr. Sarah Muigai, the course leader for Owner Management Program. A round of applause for her. And then you can ask the question, what next after Owner Management Program? Because we said it's in partnership with Lagos Business School. It's in partnership with Strathmore Business School. 2 things come into mind. Private sector development. We are supporting private sector development in our value addition on innovation. Just to mention, SU, Strathmore University, and what we call scaling program, SSI programs. We have a tripartite agreement, a franchise with the Scale Up Nations, Netherlands, Growth Africa, Kenya, Konrad Adenauer, Germany, and Systemic Innovation in the UK, supported by our executive dean who is running the program. We are targeting an ambitious 23 million USD, that is 3 billion Kenyan shillings, to support our alumni in terms of sector-specific impact sectors, green energy, climate change, and also tech. So for you to really grow beyond what you've done as an owner manager, we're going to support you to grow beyond the scale that you have today. So Dr. Caesar Mwangi, the aspect of the franchise on the SSI scaling program, which is an alternative venture to support alternative capital for the private sector and scale them up. So I want to close by saying, go forth, impact the world. Thank you.
Congratulations to the entrepreneurs, the owners. Round of applause for them. I'm not going to say very much about the next class. I'm just going to ask you to look behind you. Look at that. They're all gone. There's 71. That's the Program for Management Development. As of last year, they have started doing 2 cohorts. There are that many. It's that popular. It's incredible. These are managers on the fast track towards senior leadership. And I want you to see each and every one of them. They're determined, they're visionary, and they're hungry. I'm going to invite my colleague, who, in my opinion, is one of the smartest in our team. His name is Change Ogwankwa. And before he comes on, I'm going to invite his leaders, his leadership. I think this is, for me, the most awesome and fun academic director. Her name is Dr. Patricia, and she is the director of undergraduate studies and the academic director of PMD. She will be joined here by Gabriel Nyaga, who is the deputy director, Human Resources, Central Bank of Kenya. Karibuni. Is Gabriel here? Round of applause.
All protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen. Turn to your neighbor and high five. If your neighbor is not cooperating, turn to the other. Before you is Change Ogwanko, as I've been introduced. Thank you, the MC, for giving us the latitude of being almost like the booklet sponsor. We occupy the entire page. I will have the singular duty to present to you the Program for Management Development, PMD, class of 2025. As it has already been mentioned, we are having 2 cohorts, and I'll begin with cohort 1. Just to confirm that everything is working. Mic check. Check. Good. Photography check. Check. Our guests at the front, smile, check. Check. You're going to have 70 smiles. To the first graduand, immediately she takes the certificate, she becomes a graduate. Clear? So to our first graduand, Anne Wambui Kibiku. Anne, congratulations, Anne. Anne is the Senior Manager, Internal Audit at the Central Bank of Kenya. Congratulations, Anne. All right. As Anne, you take a photo, smile. Good job. Next is Christine Wangui Maina. Christine is the Senior Client Manager, Business at the East Africa RE. Congratulations, Christine. A hearty clap. Next is followed by the most humble student in class, as he had been mentioned. We will confirm that in a few. Derek Nathan Balilwa, Business Development Manager, Strathmore University Business School. Congratulations, Nathan. Next is followed by Engineer Dorcas Sinde Otiato, Senior Engineer at the Kenya National Highways Authority. Congratulations, Engineer. Next is followed by Elizabeth Kahare from the Central Bank of Kenya, Senior Manager Information. Congratulations, Elizabeth, from the Central Bank. Central Bank will be celebrating 60 years next year. Copy that. Next, we are followed by Enoch Kipchumba Kipto. Enoch is the Senior Manager, Currency Operations, the Central Bank of Kenya. Congratulations, Enoch. Next, we are having Esther Mutindi Makau. Esther is the Credit Control Manager at Rubis Energy Limited. Oh, Ruby, my apologies. Congratulations, Esther. Next, we are followed by Eric Kimanzi Wambui, Finance Manager at the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company. Congratulations, Eric. Finance people are always polite, the way he is polite. Closely followed by Evelyn F. Wanjiru Gitu. Evelyn is the Data Quality Lead at the NCBA. Congratulations, Evelyn. Next is Evelyn. She's Evelyn. Now we are having Evelyn Anyona. She is the Senior Manager, Banking and Payment at the Central Bank of Kenya. Congratulations, Evelyn. Closely followed by Hilda W. Miranga, Manager, Legal Operations at the Central Bank of Kenya. Congratulations, Hilda. Wakili. We are closely followed by Innocent Naswali. Innocent is from ERA Uganda, Electricity Regulatory Authority, and is the Manager, Regulatory Finance. Innocent, you still remain innocent and you're not guilty. Next, we are having Jeremiah Gitau, Mechanical Engineer at Allpark Industries Limited. Congratulations, Jeremiah. Next, we are having Lawrence Runana, Captain, Chief Pilot at Jambojet. It was recently acknowledged to be Jambojet to be one of the leading carriers which is flying at full capacity. Congratulations, that is Engineer Jeremiah. Captain coming in next, the ship is steady. Congratulations. All right, if they are smile. Good, next we are having Lisbeth Kimojuni Ngabirano, Manager Legal Services, Electricity Regulatory Authority. Congratulations, Lisbeth. You'll only know a character when the music starts to play. Congratulations, Lisbeth. Next, we are having Lona Gitari, Center Manager Nakuru, from the Central Bank of Kenya. Congratulations, Lona. Next, we are having Owiti Michael Wambogo, Manager Student Affairs at the Strathmore University. Congratulations, Michael. All right. Next, we are having Miriam Gunda. Miriam Gunda is from IDP Education. When she came to the program, she was the office manager. But graduating today, she is the National Sales and Operations Manager. Congratulations, Miriam. Next, we are having Mugoya Philemon Asanifio. Mugoya is the Manager Human Resource at the Electricity Regulatory Authority. Congratulations, Philemon. Next, we are having Mutevu Ngove. Mutevu Ngove is the Manager Information Technology at the Central Bank of Kenya. Congratulations, Mutevu. Next, we are having Naftali Njoroge Muigai, is the Credit Controller at the Strathmore University. Congratulations, Naftali. Just confirming everybody has paid who is graduating. Next, we are having Parita Shailan Shah. Parita is the head of deposits at the Victoria Commercial Bank. Parita, congratulations. Next, we are having Patrick Maina Muna. Patrick Maina is the Senior Program Manager at the Strathmore University Business School. Congratulations, Parita, and now Patrick. Next, we are having Ruben Chepngar. When he came to this program from the Central Bank of Kenya, he was the Senior Manager Bank Supervision. Graduating today is the Deputy Director Bank Supervision. Next, we are having Rita Babiri Ogina. Rita Babiri is the Manager Academic Affairs Office at the Strathmore University. Congratulations, Rita. Next, we are having Ruth Mumbua Muasia, Manager Legal at the Victoria Commercial Bank. Congratulations, Wakili. We celebrated her the last 3 weeks as one who was feted the legal 500 something in East Africa, among the finest. Next, we are having Samson Nyalik Aling, aka Aling Aling. He is the Center Manager Meru from the Central Bank of Kenya. Congratulations, Samson. Next, we are having the Mother of Nations, Sarah Mudhoni Muturi, HR Business Partner from the Ruby Energy Limited. I got it right. Next, we are having Sophie Adhiambo Ongalo, coming in from the Central Bank of Kenya. She was the acting center manager. Graduating, she's been confirmed. Congratulations. Congratulations, Sophie. Next, we are having Timothy Lukorito Wafula. When he came here from the Central Bank of Kenya, he was the senior manager oversight. Now he's graduating as the deputy director. Congratulations, Timothy. Next, we are having Washeke Kamau from the Carol Musyoka Consulting. She is manager. Next, we are having Winnie Wangulu from Mivida Homes. Coming in, she was the financial accountant. Graduating, she is the chief credit controller, Mivida Homes. Congratulations, Winnie. And finally, in this cohort, the president, all protocols observed, William Apollo, is the head of compensation, rewards, and analytics at the Central Bank of Kenya. Congratulations, Will. Congratulations. Yeah, he needs security. Eh? So he will pick his certificate. All the security detail will pick his certificate and he will address. I will invite you, Will, to give his address to this convocation. Karibu.
Thank you, Change. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is William Apollo. I look after compensation, benefits, and analytics at CBK. I would like to start by acknowledging our chief guest, Mr. John Gashora, who is also my former GMD. John, as you can see, I have gained additional skills in leadership. Whatever you do with that information is totally up to you. I would also like to acknowledge the Vice Chancellor, the DVC, the Executive Dean, for being here with us. So first, I would like to start by acknowledging the faculty, our faculty members for the PMD class, led by Dr. Patricia Gashambi and Dr. Ben Goe, who was with us in the international module. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you very much for the guidance and for the insights that you've given us throughout the 9 months that we've been together. I would also like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the coaching team, led by Grace Obuya, and of course my coach, Mr. Tom Kimani, for walking with us through the journey, giving us insights, nuggets of wisdom throughout this process. Thank you very much. Finally, in terms of acknowledgement, I would also like to take this opportunity to ask all of us to remember one of our colleagues and classmate, Engineer Gashom Rwakasanga, who unfortunately passed on after our third module. Let us remember the family in our prayers, and may his soul continue resting in peace. Today, I'm honored to be given an opportunity to address you, my fellow graduates. It is a big honor, and it is a great day for us who are graduating with in this leadership course. I was wondering what I would tell you today, given that I knew I was going to come later and most people have already spoken. Some of them have already said some of the things that I wanted to say. So if you think my speech is not very good, it will be because I've left some things out. I would have loved to tell you the stories and the adventures that we've had through this PMD journey. I would have loved to tell you how Mr. Samson Aling changed his name to Sami when we went to Joburg. I would have loved to tell you about the adventures with the Josie boys Nathan and Michael. But because you are a group of highly intellectual individuals, I didn't think you'd be interested in such kinds of stories. So I came up with a few words to share with you. And I would like to say, as a leader, and as you use some of the skills that you've gained in this journey to change your organizations, to transform your organizations, and as you prepare your organizations for global impact, I would like you to understand that you will fail at some point in your life. And in this journey, as you try to experiment through implementing what you've learned in this journey, you will lose, you will embarrass yourself at some point, accept it, because you have to embrace the failure to be able to push yourself forward. But if you fear failure, in the words of Nelson Mandela, he said, "There's no passion to be found in playing small or in settling for less than you're capable of. You have to keep pushing and fall forward if you must, because then you will be seeing where or what you will be falling onto." Thomas Edison conducted 1,000 failed experiments. The light bulb was the experiment number 1001. Did you know that? Even I didn't know that. So I think you need to write more speeches so that you can discover some things like that. So every failed experiment is one step closer to success. And finally, as I conclude, as a leader, you cannot lead effectively if you have uphill hopes and downhill habits. Do not lead, you have to observe good values in order to add value as a leader. Do not lead your institutions or teams to paths that are no longer relevant. You have to be transformative. Our keynote speaker indicated that you have to be transformative. We have different generations in our workplaces, and all of them are asking different questions. So you have to observe good values for you to add value to your organizations. Congratulations to all my classmates and all the graduates today. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, and that's just cohort 1. Well done to all of them. Congratulations, and another round of applause. I will invite once again, Dr. Patricia Gashambi, please, and this time, Ms. Eve Vusewe, the HR Director for Ruby. Say with me again, Ruby. Who said rubies? I heard you. Welcome. And then my colleague, Change, once again, please.
Once again, back on stage, I'll bring cohort 2. First graduates in cohort 2, but in continuing order. Angeline Ibarra, Retail Sales Manager, Ruby Energy Limited. Hearty clap. Congratulations, Angeline. We are followed next by Dr. Anne W. Kamau from the Central Bank of Kenya, Senior Manager, Research Department. We are requesting that we clap for the graduates to give them psych. Congratulations, thank you. Next, we are having Anne Linda Kinanu. Congratulations, Anne. She's the Protocols and Events Manager at Strathmore University. Congratulations, Anne. We are still on Anne. The next Anne is called Anne Tunda Kamamia. Congratulations, Anne. I forgot Faika. Congratulations, Anne. She is the Conventions and Meetings Manager at the Central Bank of Kenya. Very, very excited to see all of you as Maasais with that thing at the back. Next, we are having Bernard Kipngeno Mutai, Financial Accountant at Stima Circle Society Limited. Congratulations, Bernard. Next, we are having Camilla Owora. Congratulations, Camilla. She is the Marketing and Communications Manager at Jambojet. Maybe you can clap. She can give you offers right away. Eh? We are in December. Next, we are having Dominic Mwema Nzuki. Dominic is the Strategy Manager at the Old Mutual Group. Congratulations, Dominic. Clap kindly. Next, we are having Duncan Mwanzia, General Manager, Burundi, from the Ruby Energy Limited. Congratulations, Duncan Mwanzia. Next, in whom my appraisal is shouldered on, Emily Ida Akop. Congratulations, Emily. One more hearty clap. She's my boss, so maybe I can confirm she was a good student. Congratulations, Emily. Next, we are having Esther Cherotich, Communications Manager at the Central Bank of Kenya. Congratulations, Esther. Next, we are having Irene S.W. Njiru from the Central Bank of Kenya. She's a Senior Manager, Money and Operations. I'm so excited about her. I manage another program called Project Management Professional. It's a global certification for PMPs, and she just passed her exam yesterday. Double congratulations, Irene. Next, we are having Jacqueline Chomba from the American Towers Corporation. Coming in, she was the Key Account Manager. Graduating, she was the Project Manager, Sustainability. Next, we are having Jedida Kendagor. In Kalenjin, R must be pronounced. Jedida, she is from MasterCard Foundation. Coming in, she was the Program Manager, Technical Evolution. Graduating today, she is the lead Scholars Network from the MasterCard Foundation. Congratulations, Jedida. Next, we are having Busolo Martine Makoha, the People's President. Congratulations, Martine. He is the University Examinations Manager, Strathmore University. Congratulations, Martine. Next, we are having Dr. Maureen Were from the Central Bank of Kenya. Coming in, she was Acting Deputy Director Research. Graduating, she is confirmed Deputy Director Research. Congratulations, Dr. Maureen. Next, we are having Michael Oloishuro. Michael is the Oloishuro. All. Let me stick to all. Michael is the Payroll Manager, the Central Bank of Kenya. Congratulations, Michael. Next, we are having Millicent Murugi. Millicent is the Manager Business Performance at Safaricom PLC. Safaricom, they're celebrating 25 years. You're also turning 25. Congratulations, Millicent. Next, we are having Naomi Jelagat Kosgei. Naomi is the Internal Audit Manager at Strathmore University. Congratulations, Naomi. We have forgotten the drill. Can you let us appreciate her? Next, we are having Nicholas Wechuli from Safaricom Foundation, is the Program Manager. Congratulations, Nicholas. Again, let's not forget the drill. Let's appreciate Nicholas. Next, we are having Peter K. Kering. If the branch manager Mombasa from the Central Bank of Kenya, congratulations, Peter. Next, we are having Peter Ruoro Rido from Strathmore University from procurement. Congratulations, Peter. Next, we are having Richard Kalei Kiteka, Group Controller at Rubis Energy Limited. Congratulations, Richard, coming in next. Peter taking the photo. Richard Kalei Kiteka from Ruby Energy Group Controller. We've struggled with a smile, but I'm sure this time we'll get it right. Check. Next, we are having Ruth Njoki Rugwe. Ruth is the Assistant Manager at the Kenya Revenue Authority. Tulipe ushuru, tujitegemee. Congratulations, Ruth. Next, we are having Simon Gashira Gishuki, Senior Manager Bank Supervision from the Central Bank of Kenya. Congratulations, Ruth. Coming in, Simon. Congratulations, Simon, as you take your photo. Next, we are having Sophia Zubeda Onyango, Programs Manager at the Safaricom Foundation, transforming lives outside here. A good job. Congratulations, Sophia. Next, we are having Stanley C. Langat. Stanley is the Manager Fixed Asset Section at the Central Bank of Kenya. Congratulations, and in absentia, allow me to recognize the following. Beatrice Wanjiku Rubia, American Towers, graduating in absentia, one hearty clap. Next, we are having Eunice Kibadi, Safaricom Foundation Program Manager, one hearty clap. Next, we are having John Ntende from ERA Uganda, Manager Corporate Planning, one hearty clap. Next, we are having Philip Wati, Senior Manager Financial Market, the Central Bank of Kenya, one hearty clap. Next, we are having Connie M. Gumo from the Central Bank of Kenya, Manager Legal Services, one hearty clap. Next, we are having Engineer Otieno Richard from Kenha, Senior Engineer, one hearty clap. Next, we are having Evelyn Nafula from the Central Bank of Kenya, Manager General Services, one hearty clap. Next, we are having Jacqueline Lichuma from the Central Bank of Kenya, Senior Manager Staff Clinic, one hearty clap. Allow us to recognize one graduate who is late now, as you've already been recognized. Is Engineer Gerishom Ruakasanga from the Uganda National Oil Corporation. He was the Manager Terminals Development Operation. He rested in September. He had done 3 cohorts, and he had gone with a daughter, and we are saddened to announce that he rested and will not be graduating here today. But in respect of him, I ask us that we observe one moment of silence on his behalf. Thank you very much. Let us appreciate him in absentia. And finally, we have Eric Marita Maina from the American Towers Corporation of Kenya, is the head of operations, president of the cohort 2 class. Congratulations, Eric. I'm sure he's enjoying the band the most. Congratulations, Eric, and I'm sure your security detail will pick your certificate. That is your security detail. Kindly give us your speech. Thank you.
Hey. Hopefully the gadgets are not going to let me down, and they will allow me to be able to pick it up from where Jange left. They say middle managers are like the Wi-Fi in an organization. When we are strong, everything connects. And when we are weak, everyone complains. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's still morning. I wanted to start this speech with the recognition of our departed brother, but then Change and William decided this is going to be their moment to shine, but I have one of us who did the opposite of what we were told about President Moi and decided to add one more to replace the departed one. Deborah, please, if you can give a clap. She's not here to graduate, but she will graduate in the next. So today, we stand at the finish line of an incredible journey, the Program of Management Development, PMD. When we began, we were told this program would change us to open our minds, sharpen our leadership skills, and prepare us for greater responsibility. And it did exactly that. Just over the past months, we've learned that leadership is not just about managing tasks, it's about managing ourselves first and inspiring others. We've explored strategy, tackled organizational challenges, and even delivered real solutions through our knowledge to action projects. These projects weren't just academic exercises, they created tangible impact by improving the processes, designing new products, and driving customer satisfaction. But beyond the modules and the assignments, what truly stands out is the community we've built. I think you can acknowledge that this was the largest of all the classes, so that community is what I think we are treasuring more. We came in as individuals from different industries and backgrounds, and we leave as a network of forward-thinking leaders ready to shape the future of business in Africa and beyond. As John Maxwell said, a leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. Let's be those leaders, guiding with vision, acting with integrity, and inspiring with purpose. To the faculty and the coaches, thank you for challenging us and guiding us. To our families and organizations, thank you for your support. And to my fellow graduates, congratulations and well done. Let's go out there and make leadership not just a title, but a transformative force. Finally, if strategy is the map and execution is the journey, then leadership is the fuel. Let's keep fueling progress, one decision at a time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much to, sorry, it's not working. Thank you very much to the PMD 2025 cohort. Thank you, Dr. Patricia. Thank you to Gabriel, to Eve. Thank you to Change, a wonderful class, the two cohorts. We're grateful. We're going to have some entertainment while we gather the Senior Management Leadership Program as they will be graduating and the other cohorts. Thank you so much. Remember where the bathrooms are, and we'll be continuing shortly. Thank you very much, everybody. Stella. Find her.
All right, we want to invite all of us to stand as part of the break. Please stand. Let's stand. Stretch a bit. Enjoy a dance. Say hi to someone. Let us all stand, please. Just stand. Greet someone. Let's stand. Greet someone. Enjoy the music. Enjoy the dance as part of the break. We have a minute to stretch a bit. Band tuendelee. Please make sure the person in front of you and the one behind you is not seated. That's your business. Talk to them, say hi, high five, but enjoy the dance.
Che.
Yeah, but we want them to stand. Looking for Dr. Stella.
Cheza, 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 cheza. Don't just dance without taking photos. You need to prove to everyone that you danced while graduating. Cheza, 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 cheza. Wow. If you told me that one day I'll be listening to Leswanika singing Singer Makosa, I would not have believed you. For those who are at the back, kindly make your way to your seats. We're about to start the next cohort, so unless you're graduating, kindly make your way. Kindly make your way. Have your seats. Okay. Just two quick announcements before my co-MC takes over. Two things. One, kindly don't leave with your sashes. If you decide to leave, kindly don't leave with your sashes. Number two, don't leave. We have lunch, as Carol Mtoko has told us. Our plan is to overfeed you. Kindly don't leave after graduating. There are drumsticks waiting for you and no one to eat them. So make sure you don't leave. But if you choose to leave, don't leave with your sashes. Thank you very much. I'll hand it over to Dennis Omumbwa, my co-MC, who will be calling us to see the Senior Management Leadership Program graduates graduate. I hope you're ready, I hope you're excited, and I hope you're nervous, right? Muko tayari? Nerves kidogo? Ah, perfect. And I'm glad the PMD group removed all the nerves. They normally call themselves the best class during our graduations. They're the best program. It's true? Best class, right? Every time. Take it away, Dennis.
Thank you, MC Charles. Appreciate it. So just make your way back to your seats, please, those who are coming in, so that we can begin again and we can get a move on. As Charles has said, don't leave too quickly because, as usual, we have a lot of food, and that's going to be on the second floor. And so we're going to be graduating the next class, which is the Senior Management Leadership Program. And this is another class that, as of last year, we now are running more than one cohort. And so they've done very, very well. The Senior Management Leadership Program is the next step from the Program Management Program. It's designed for executives. Okay. Now you understand why I have a deep voice, right? So, SMLP. It is designed for executives who carry organizational mandates, shape culture, drive performance, and influence national and regional strategy. It is a program that sharpens cross-functional leadership, governance, and people management, preparing leaders not just for bigger roles, but for deeper impact. I would like to invite to the stage those who will be awarding 51, if I'm not wrong, leaders from across industries. Dr. Freddie Acosta, Karibu, a round of applause. And Dr. Stella Nyongesa, please. Welcome. And to support them is an incredible professional who sits diagonal to me and is a well-respected professional here at Strathmore, Clive Asande. Welcome, Clive.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. The guest of honor, Mr. John Kashora, I think in absentia, our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Vincent Ogutu, the Dean of the Business School, Dr. Caesar Mwangi, faculty present, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon once again. It's my pleasure to introduce to you the graduates for the Senior Management Leadership Program 2025. Anne Wanjiro Miano. Anne is the Legal Services and Corporate Secretarial Manager at Stima Sacco, Stima DT Deposit Taking Sacco Society. Please clap for her. Next, we have Betty Wamaitha. Betty Wamaitha is the Chief Marketing Officer at QuickMart Limited. Thank you. Up next, we have Capitas Chironga Jazz. Capitas is the Deputy Director, Research Department, Central Bank of Kenya. Something to note about Capitas, he was here for the previous year, 2024, but he didn't manage to finish, so he's graduating this year's class. Next, we have Caroline Mugoshi Shigoli. Caroline is the Manager, Export-Import at All Park Industries. Please clap for her. Next, we have the Secretary of the class, the fun lady of the class, Catherine Modeu Madeka. Catherine, she's the Head of Finance at AAR Healthcare Kenya Limited. As you can tell, she has a lot of fans here. Oh, that's the General Manager, AAR. Thank you very much. Next, we have Christine Mushene. Christine is the Chief Financial Officer at KFC. I think she has promised us we're going to have vouchers today, courtesy of KFC. Next, Dorothy Njeri Rukenya. She's a Group Head, Supplies and Exports at Ruby Energy Kenya Limited. I hope I pronounced it well. In absentia, thank you. In absentia, we have our own Dr. James Ngugi Juguna, the academic lead MBA for executives here at the business school. Next, we have Dr. Susan Mudhoni Mburu from AAR Healthcare Kenya. She is the head of clinical business operations. We have a support lady up there. That's the GM of AAR, by the way, Healthcare. Next online, we have Elizabeth Akinyi. Elizabeth is the head of work transformation in Central Africa, Kenya. Congratulations, Elizabeth. Next, we have Evelyn Apota Otindo. Evelyn is the head of tax at KCB, Kenya Commercial Bank. She is a 2024 participant, but didn't manage to graduate, so she's graduating this year. Thank you. Next, we have Evans Yaola Wanyonyi. Evans is the head of security and investigation at Stima Deposit Taking Sacco Kenya Limited. Coming up next, we have Flora Mudaura. Flora is the head of risk and compliance at Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company, KMRC. Her counterpart is coming up next, Geoffrey Maura Ngari from KMRC. He is the head of refinancing at the organization. Thank you, Geoffrey. Next is Henry Musao Philip. He's the head of supply chain at Stima Sacco. We had quite a number from Stima Sacco, so don't be surprised. Congratulations, Henry. Coming up next, we have the CFO from Victoria Commercial Bank, the one and only Hezron Kamau. The next CFO for Jumbo Jet Limited is Ira Kaviti. And yes, we CFOs were quite a number in the class. Next, we have Irene Mulumba. Irene got a promotion in between the course. She is the Vice President, Legal and Compliance at Kuramo Capital Management. Please clap for her. Graduating in absentia, we have James Ochieng Omolo. He's the Head of Transition Management, KCB Bank. Up next, the Executive Director of Sabibu Beverages, Jane Mugoku. The other Jane in class is from Strathmore University. She's a Quality Assurance Manager. This is Jane Wamboi Karanja. Please clap for her. Thank you. Another promotion we had during the session, she's now the country lead of MasterCard Foundation Kenya, Jennifer Chemutai Rugut. Congratulations, Jennifer. From Kenya Mortgage and Refinance Company, we have the Head of Research and Strategy, Mr. Josiah Cheriot Kiplangat. Thank you, Josiah. Up next, we have from the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, ODPP, Acting Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions, Joseph Gitonga Riungu. Next, from Victoria Commercial Bank, the Chief Operating Officer, Kalpesh Kumar Jotangia. Next online, we have from the Catholic Archdiocese of Nyeri, the Vicar General, Father Charles Kiruri Ndungu. Next is Madam Miriam Wanjiru Ngure, Head of Programs, Kenya Red Cross Society. Next online, the Head of Human Resource, Human Capital at American Towers Corporation, Mr. Oscar Mutua. Yeah, we have quite a number of participants from other programs. Congratulations, Oscar. From Central Bank of Kenya, the Deputy Director of Finance, Mr. Paul Musila Mudungu. Coming up next, also from Central Bank of Kenya, Deputy Director, Head of Projects and Facilities Management, Mr. Odhiambo Paul Were. From Uganda, Electricity Regulatory Authority of Uganda, we have the Manager, Environmental Monitoring and Compliance, Mr. Peter Kitio. From Sima Sacco Deposit Taking, the Marketing and Sales Research Manager, Phyllis Nyambura Maida. Please clap for her. From Central Bank of Kenya, again, we have the Deputy Director, Banking and Payment Services, Madam Raha Bruno. Congratulations, Rahab. Central Bank of Kenya, again, Deputy Director, Money Operations and Debt Management, Mr. Robert Morris Allo. the General Manager, Otis Kenya Limited, Madam Rose Mwangi. Congrats, Rose. From Kenya National Highway Authorities of Kenya, KENA, we have Senior Engineer Bridges, Rose Brenda Karimi Muchiga, Engineer. From Steamer Sacco, again, we have the Chief Manager Strategy and Business, Rosemary Karanja. And this graduate, you need to clap for her twice. She just graduated from a coaching. She's now a coach. Our very own here at the business school, Daisy Cheroitich Saina. She is the director at Strathmore Global Institute. And this year has been a great year for her. As mentioned, she's just a new coach. Thank you. From Equity Bank Group Holdings, we have the head of business operations, planning and performance, Mr. Simon Mtabazi. Graduating in absentia, we have Engineer Simon Umuono from Kenya. Also in absentia, we have Professor Simon Wagura Ndiritu from Strathmore University. Also in absentia, the other Simon Waigura Macharia, the CFO of Quickmart Limited. And graduating present here, we have Sospita Onyango DCA, another gentleman who got promoted. He's the head of East and Northern Africa at William Grant and Sons. Just to mention, he has sponsored this class with a lot of single malts. Please clap for him. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, we have the acting president, the deputy president of the SMLP 2025 class. We have from Central Bank of Kenya, Madam Karon Gamau. She's the deputy director, risk and compliance. Allow me to give an opportunity within 3.5 seconds to give your speech. She can talk a lot. So.
Clive, don't give me stress. Distinguished guests, esteemed faculty, proud family and friends, and fellow graduates. Today marks a significant milestone in our journey as we celebrate the end of this program. And this is really a testament to our dedication and excellence, because hii masomo ya gumbaru sio rahisi ama aje. But we showed up, we immersed ourselves, and today we stand ready to be counted as leaders in Kenya and in Africa as a whole. In this program, we explored various topics around developing and executing strategies. We built on our financial acumen. We got to understand organizational behavior, our own personalities and the personalities of those we lead, and even navigating politics. And we even went across the seas to understand cross-border trade in China and other Asian cultures. We also had the opportunity to let our hair down, and let our hair down we did. We indulged in many facets, the other facets of ourselves, because sometimes as leaders, we take ourselves too seriously. We got to explore different sites, foods, cultures. We traveled in buses, talking to fellow colleagues about anything and everything. And we got to eat and laugh and dance late in the night and really build wonderful relationships and friendships. And reminded ourselves that even for us leaders, it's never that serious. So to Strathmore University, thank you for this incredible opportunity to enhance our leadership journey, and thank you for treating us with utmost respect and dignity. To our families, our friends, our employers, we thank you for your unwavering support. To the SMLP class of 2025, and on behalf of our class president, Opuge, who was unfortunately not able to join us, Kate Metheka, our secretary, and myself as your vice president, thank you for the privilege to serve you. You are a great bunch. You really were a great bunch, and you truly added to our leadership journey. And to all of us graduating class of 2025, as we go our separate ways, my fellow leaders, back into the world of work, I want to leave you with this quote. May we lead not just in brilliance, but with integrity. The world is waiting for leaders who can inspire trust, spark change, and elevate others. Go and be that leader. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's it from the SMAP class, and congratulations once again. Go and change the world. Thank you.
How are we feeling? How are we feeling? Mko salama? You're well? Now, for those of us who've been here long before, there's a program we used to call LIHO. In fact, when you get here, you used to see a sign called LIHO. We moved that program, and now it's a different program, and it's the one I'd like to call next. And to award the certificates, I'll call upon Professor Israel Da Silva, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research and Innovation, as well as Dr. Njeri Gitau, the course leader for the Advanced Healthcare Management Program. A round of applause for Dr. Njeri and Professor Israel. This program is for Africa's senior leaders of health from public, private, and non-governmental organizations who'd like to be game changers for the sector. The objective is to build the capacity of leaders, decision makers in the African health sector to steer, navigate their respective health systems in a manner that is responsive to the African context while being cognizant of the various current and emerging global health issues, technologies, and policies. To call the names of the graduates, I'll call upon Marianne Wanjiko, who is well known to the participants who are in healthcare. Karibu sana Marianne. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon. This is the only program that prepares leaders to negotiate with WHO. So Strathmore Business School is pleased to present the following participants. I'll call Angela Wamboi Thiongo. At the beginning of the program, Angela was the program medical lead at MSF, but has transitioned to Angel Afia, and now she's providing consultancies in wellness, which is critical for all of us in the workplace, and harm reduction. Congratulations, Angela. I'd like to call Jacqueline Sigo. She's in charge of environmental safety and health at Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital. Congratulations, Jacqueline. I'd like to call upon Mercy Jemtai Yego, accompanied by her stakeholder, Eva, who has come to see the mother today graduate. She's the Chief of Staff at Kasha Global. I'd like to call Maurice Motua Mange, Chief Operating Officer at Rai Family Health, or rather known RFH. I'd like to call Dr. Ruchi Patel, who is an owner of Ruchi Holistic Health and also is the class president. Very unique about the class president, she developed an app for our oral health. So she has an app for My Olo. Did you know that there is a connection between your dental issues? Yeah. Yeah, and other diseases, NTDs, just to tell you about it. She will be the one reading the class speech on behalf of the class. Thank you, Prof. Israel and Dr. Njeri. But in the meantime, I want to recognize in absentia Dr. Sophie Gitonga from Kenyatta National Hospital, Dr. Batul Mzee from the CEO of RFH, and Dr. Nilsilima Lynette, who is head of medical services, Nakasero Hospital in Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I begin, I wanted to share some wisdom that I've gained from this program. And I ask you all to try and picture a circle, not one on paper, one that you can put yourself inside of. And into this circle, I want you to become aware of your power. Your power as this cohort is your education, your thirst for learning, your qualifications. Now, as this executive education from Strathmore Business School touches this circle, it starts to become alive. It's expanding, it's shifting, it's touching everything around it. This is who we became in this program. Circles of power turned into circles of influence. Circles that start with one mind and ripple into a continent. Good morning, distinguished faculty, honored guests, and my incredible classmates from the Advanced Healthcare Management Leadership Program. My name is Dr. Ruchi Sahi, a daughter, a wife, a mother, a dentist, and today, let's add to the list, a trailblazer in healthcare. Standing here today is a moment of deep pride, not just for what we all have achieved, but for who we have become. These programs expand our minds, sharpen our leadership, and remind us that we each carry within us a circle of influence far greater than we ever imagined. To our course leader, Dr. Jerry Gitau, thank you. Thank you for exposing us to circles of influence and circles of power that stretch far beyond the walls of Strathmore. You've shown us that leadership in healthcare is not confined to our job titles. It is rooted in the abilities we already all possess and in the courage to propel those abilities into the heart of Africa's promise. Because of your guidance, we are leaving this program with a renewed responsibility to create global impact from African soil, to transform the systems with integrity, and to make both you and ourselves proud. To Boniface and Jeffrey, thank you for coordinating a cohort filled with strong personalities, diverse professions, unique missions, and deep purpose. Keeping us aligned, informed, and moving forward is no small achievement, and we are sincerely grateful. And finally, to my classmates, you are the backbone of these experiences. Your insights, debates, lived experiences, and brilliant minds are the true engine that will propel our countries towards a future where quality healthcare is not a privilege, but a right. We leave here not just as graduates, but as leaders, innovators, and custodians of Africa's health future. Congratulations to all of us. May we rise, may we lead, may we honor the promise of what only begins today. And let me end with this. When we expand our circles of influence, we don't just change systems, we change destinies. Africa's future is not waiting to be discovered. It is waiting to be led. Thank you very much.
I was about to graduate with a different name. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next program is a program that equips senior women leaders with the knowledge, skills, and global exposure to excel in the boardroom and beyond, redefining women's leadership at the boardroom and C-suite level. But if you need a very short, nice quotable quote, we say it moves the conversation from why women should serve on boards to how they can lead with impact, authenticity, and excellence. To present the certificates, I'd like to call upon Dr. Maxwell Okoth, the founder and CEO, RFH Healthcare. A round of applause. Followed by, or assisted by, Kellen Karaoke, the Associate Dean, Executive Education. And to call out the names, I'll call upon Dennis Omumbwa, my co-MC. A round of applause, thank you.
Those are my people. So over to my day job. And it is such an honor to do this. I'm so privileged to be able to do this and to be able to call out the names for the Women Directors Leadership 2025 cohort. A program that I co-run with my colleague, Paris, who I can't see, but she's a very, very strong person, with Kellen, who is a wonderful, wonderful boss to have, a leader. And she's going to hate me for saying this. 2 weeks ago on a Friday, she won the Woman Chairperson of the Year. Yes. She's the chair at Standard Chartered Bank, and that's, it's a testament, really, it is, and so it's a great thing. The Women Directors Leadership Program is designed for women who sit at the highest levels of organizational stewardship, board directors, C-suite executives, senior governance professionals, and strategic decision makers. And it strengthens board effectiveness, ethical leadership, corporate governance, and the courage required to guide organizations through complexity. Today we have 21 remarkable women leaders. I take them to London. Yes. Others go to Limpopo. They go to, I don't know where. Us, we land at Heathrow. And we have a great time. And we visit incredible companies. We go to the London Stock Exchange Group. We go to the Commonwealth. This year we were at MasterCard. We had the MasterCard experience. We go to women-led organizations. It's a great time. And so it's wonderful to see those who came into this program this year and the transformation they've gone through. So we have a list of wonderful names that you will see here today. And we're going to start with Alan Asimwe, a board director at KCB Group PLC. Congratulations, Alan. followed by Anuja Pandit, Board Director, KCB Group, PLC, followed by Beatrice Olwa, Deputy Director, Corporate Research, Strategy and Planning, NTSA, followed by Claudia Waithaka, Managing Director, Dawamu School, followed by Daido Guyatu, Deputy Director, Communications, NTSA. I think I'm moving too fast. Round of applause for them. And she is followed by Dr. Nancy Giraini, who is faculty here at Strathmore University Business School. Congratulations, Dr. Nancy. Followed by Engineer Christine Ogut, who is Deputy Director, Safety Audits and Inspections, NTSA. Followed by Esther Omulele, who is the Managing Partner, MMC Asafo. Congratulations. Who is followed by Chief Registrar Frida Mokaya, who is the Chief Registrar of the Judicial Services Commission, Republic of Kenya. Congratulations to Chief Registrar. Who is followed by Josephine Josie Munene, who is the Executive Director at Circle of Care Foundation. Congratulations. Who is followed by Kahaki Mwindi, who is the Executive Director at Kidani Steel Mills Limited. Who is followed by someone who showed impressive growth, Margaret Gitura, who is the founder and chief executive officer at Newark Frontiers Limited, which has over 50 branches in Kenya. Who is followed by Margaret Kositani, who is a board director at KCB Bank Burundi Limited. Who is followed by someone who changes lives, who is Mercy Chidi Baidu, who is the founder and chief executive officer at Ripples International. Who is followed by Mercy Randa, who is the founder and managing partner at Profit and Loss Consulting Group. Who is followed by Rebecca Kiplagat, who is the Director of Finance and Administration, essentially the CFO, of the Judicial Services Commission of the Republic of Kenya. and who is followed by Waithera Nganga, who is the Group Director, Corporate Affairs, Biofoods, and Wider Food Systems Group. And who's followed by Yvette Munkurize, who is the Board Director of KCB Bank Burundi Limited, who learnt English in 1 year to do this program. All the way from Burundi, welcome to Kenya and welcome to our program. She's just impressive. And all the way from Uganda, she loves Kenya. She loves Strathmore. Her name is Ziana Mudu, engagement partner at Financial Technology Service Providers Association of Uganda. She's in FinTech. Welcome, Ziana, and congratulations. Finally, Anne Nderu, senior partner, Nderu, Ngaruni, and Kimeru Advocates. Our class president, chief motivator, and our favorite classmate, is she? Yes. And she'll be giving us our speech of the day. Welcome, Anne.
Good afternoon. Allow me to ride on the protocols that have already been observed today. As you heard, my name is Anne Nderu, and standing here today as the WDLP President the year 2025 is such an honor. It's such an honor as I represent a very extraordinary group of women leaders. I remember our very first day at Strathmore Business School. We walked into SBS with a mix of excitement, obviously some curiosity, and a quiet panic. A quiet panic as we tried to look confident while secretly behind the scenes wondering if everyone else had figured out what they had signed up for. I know I hadn't. But the introductions and the laughter and the awkwardness that was on that first day built us into what we are today. And something thereafter clicked. We realized we were all stepping into an unknown journey together, and that everything was going to be just fine. That first day, before lectures and frameworks and deliverables, we built something far more important, and that was trust. Then came the group activity, the Clarity 4D, a leadership style test where we explored personalities. Our colors and our leadership styles were exposed, and suddenly we weren't strangers anymore, and we were a living human rainbow. We were reds, yellows, greens, and blues. That exercise didn't just help us understand ourselves, it helped us understand each other. It also helped us to understand the people that we deal with in our day-to-day lives, including our partners and our children as well. From that moment on, we knew that this was going to be an interesting year. And one of the unforgettable highlights of this year has been our international trip to London. It was more than just a study tour. It was a leadership immersion. For me, the most powerful moment was meeting exceptional women who have held on global stages, standing face to face with the Kenyan women Deputy Secretary General of the Commonwealth was as well deeply inspiring. Just hearing her speak about influence, integrity, and global services reminded us that leadership from Africa can and does shape the world. It ignited something in many of us, a renewed belief that our voices mattered beyond our borders, which is what I believe Strathmore has set out to do the whole of this year. Throughout the year, the program pushed us to our limits We juggled careers, families, businesses, and somehow still submitted our project assignment on time. We coordinated group work, navigated different personalities, obviously helped by the Clarity 4D leadership style that we had, test that we had done earlier on, and we learned to lead even when overwhelmed. The balancing was the hidden curriculum in the WDLP program, Madam Kellen. Learning to show up consistently and intentionally despite the pressure around us. And as we reflect on this journey, it would be impossible not to acknowledge the people who guided us. Our faculty challenged our thinking, refined our instincts, and broadened our horizons. But allow me to offer special thanks to a few of these people. I want to give special thanks to our course director, the Associate Dean, Executive Education, Ms. Kellen Kariuki. Kellen did far more than teachers. She stewarded with grace, you've seen her, charisma and confidence, and surprising an amount of fun as well. She held this space together. Then there was Dennis and Paris, the course coordinators. You've seen the group of women that has been presented before you today. It is not an easy job being able to coordinate them, and they as well helped with problem solving, and it kept us grounded. They ensured everything ran smoothly, from schedules to logistics to the countless details we often took for granted. Thank you so much, Paris and Dennis, for your professionalism, your kindness, and your commitment to success. I came seeking knowledge, but I live with clarity, confidence, and community. I grew not just as a professional, but as an individual. The friendships, the debates, the moments of breakthroughs, the concerts, the various spaces we have been invited to, courtesy of SBS, all of it has shaped the leader that I am becoming. And so what does the future look like for the WDLP class of 2025? It looks promising. It looks powerful. It looks like leaders who are globally aware, grounded in values, and ready to influence across industries, sectors, and continents. Some of us will build organizations, and some of us will reimagine them, as some will serve at national and international levels. But all of us will live with the purpose of integrity and excellence that Strathmore has instilled in us. And how do we keep the class going and the fire burning, WDLP class of 2025? We stay connected. We continue to learn from one another as we've done throughout the year. We support each other's ambitions. We share opportunities and keep showing up, just as we did from day one. This community is a lifelong leadership network. My fellow graduates, today we celebrate, tomorrow we keep forward with influence, and every day after that, we lead. Asanteni.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Anne, for that wonderful speech. Thank you to the class. We were a class of 30 this year, so there's many more who couldn't make it, but thank you so much to the class. Thank you so much, Kellen, Paris, truly appreciate it. And I'm part of the Open team, Emily's team. Thank you so much for supporting us this year, and next year is going to be great, and even to client experience. Thank you very much.
I have another certificate. I think I've graduated with the Women Directors Leadership Program. As the event continues, you might feel a little bit bored and get lost in your phone, but this group kept us awake and kept us alive. And especially I don't know, what's the English word for alilililili? Sigalagala. Ululation, yes. The ululations and the delulu. Now, the next group is the Advanced Management Program, which is a joint program between Strathmore University Business School, the UCT Graduate School of Business in Cape Town, South Africa, and IESA Business School in Barcelona, Spain. This program helps business leaders develop the professional and personal capabilities required to successfully meet their professional endeavors. To award the certificates, I'd like to call upon Kellen Kariuki, our Associate Dean, Executive Education, as well as the Executive Dean, Dr. Caesar Mwangi, who calls himself our CSO, Chief Support Officer. A round of applause for them. And now to call out the names, I'd like to call upon Paris, my colleague. Karibu sana, Paris.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a real pleasure to have you all. And all protocols observed, I will be presenting the names of the AMP class of 2025. Just to mention, this is a flagship program of the business school, and it attracts CEOs and directors who have over 10 years experience in the senior management, both public and private sector. Without further ado, I present to you class of 2025, starting with Mr. Abraham Kiprotich, Bilgen. Mr. Abraham is a Deputy Director, Human Resource and Administration at Adi Waterworks and Development Agency. Congratulations, Abraham. Next, we have Austin Andrew Ouko, Company Secretary and GM Legal at Kengen. Congratulations, Austin. Next on stage, we have Dr. Tera Saidimu. Dr. Tera Saidimu is the President's Advisor, Matters Risk and Task at the Office of the President. Congratulations, Dr. Tera. Next, we have Engineer Anthony Musioka, GM, Project Development Services at Ketraco. Congratulations, Engineer Anthony. Next, we have Engineer Caroline Owako, Civil Engineer at Athi Water Development Agency. Congratulations, Engineer Caroline. Next on stage, we have Julius Mungai Gishamba. He is a Director, Internal Audit and Risk Assurance at Public Procurement Regulatory Authority. Congratulations, Julius. Next, we have Enoch Koroso Kirugu. Enoch is a Director, Licensing and Standards at Public Procurement Regulatory Authority. Congratulations, Enoch. Next, we have Abraham Abayo, Chief Finance and Deputy Executive Officer at Abi Finance Limited, all the way from Uganda. Congratulations, Ibrahim. And next, we have Imelda Bore, GM Legal, Regulatory Affairs, and Company Secretary at Kenya Power and Lighting Company. Congratulations, Imelda. Then next we have Jafford Mweda Mureithi, Chief Manager Finance at Steamer Sacco. Congratulations, Jafford. And next on stage, we have John Maina Washuri, Chief Risk Officer at Family Bank. Congratulations, John. And next on stage, we have Joyce Jerry Mokorori, Company Secretary at the Waterworks Development Agencies. Congratulations, Joyce. Next on stage is Leonard Okol Ouma, Director, Internal Audit and Risk at Central Bank of Kenya. Congratulations, Leonard. Next, we have Lois Kamau, Director, Planning at Athi Waterworks Development Agency. Congratulations, Lois. And next on stage, we have Lydia Njeri Dirango. She is a company secretary and tax director at Equity Group Holdings PLC. Congratulations, Lydia. Next on stage, we have Mwihaki Kabura, GM Life at Minet, Kenya. Congratulations, Mwihaki. On stage next is Neema Onsongo, Head of People and Culture at Stanbic Bank, Kenya. Congratulations, Neema. Next on stage, we have Paul Mushai Mwika, Director, Bulk Water Management at Adi Waterworks Development Agency. Well, congratulations, Paul. Next, we have Paul Garagari, who is the Chief Finance Officer at Family Bank. Congratulations, Paul. And next on stage is Pauline Obonyo Opio, Director, Research, Innovations, and Business System at Public Procurement and Regulatory Authority. Congratulations, Pauline. Next, we have Simon K. Tanui, GM Operations and Strategy at Kenya National DT Circle. Congratulations, Simon. Next on stage, we have Veronica Wangeshi Muthara. She is the Chief Credit Officer at Family Bank. Well done and congratulations, Veronica. Next on stage, all the way from Uganda, is Wandera John Julius. He is the Director, Corporate Affairs, Consumer Affairs at Electricity Regulatory Authority, Uganda. And finally, who is also our class president, led us so well, Mr. Zacchaeus Munyi. He is the Director, Government Affairs, East Africa at Visa. Congratulations, Zacchaeus, better known as Zach, and well done for leading the class so well. We appreciate your leadership. A big congratulations. I will ask you to remain on stage to give remarks on behalf of the class. That's his coach. That's why they are consulting. The dean was his coach. Karibu, Zach.
If you guys noticed, I was being coached on the stage by my coach. Thank you, Dr. Caesar. And you're saying that I keep changing jobs. And I'm telling him, it's the power of what we've learned here, because you become a lot more marketable everywhere. So I've broken protocol, all protocols observed. Our VC, Dr. Ogotu, the Dean, Associate Dean, our chief guest, who I think has left, fellow graduates, I think it's afternoon now, good afternoon. I will break protocol a bit and use my presidential powers, which has been bestowed on me, and call the vibrant, fantastic class of AMP 2025 over here. We take a quick photo. You will indulge us because this is the presidential powers bestowed on me, and I will use them. Thank you. So I know that has taken 2 minutes of our time. I promise in 3 minutes I'll be out of here. I've also seen a faculty member who taught me somewhere about communicating with impact. And I'll try to exercise those tenets that I learned from that class. When Caroline Musyoka gave her speech, some people started pointing fingers at me and saying, no pressure. So I am not feeling any pressure. Second, as the speeches were going on, I found myself writing notes on the graduation book. And it's an occupational hazard because I'm a government affairs person. And the CBK team, I don't know what budget you guys have. All our organizations need to have that budget. Every class has a CBK person, and you've invested heavily. Now, the industry I've gone into is actually regulated by CBK. So my key takeout there was, know these people, educate myself as much as I can, because they are already ahead of me. I think I'd want to appreciate Strathmore for creating such a good environment for us to learn. I remember my undergraduate class, we used to sit in the sun and all you would hear is a Koko, Ouma, Munyi, and that's it. You've created such a good environment. I was seeing by design, even the graduation photos are being run. I was wondering what that day one photo was about, but now I know. And it's a brilliant execution by design. So thank you for that. There are many stories I can give about our experience from Module 1. But allow me to just highlight just a few. They will not be education related, so I apologize in advance. We had a cooking experience, and some of us, I don't know the last time we went into a kitchen. So people were having an out-of-body experience, and on top of that, it was in Cape Town. But that was a pivotal moment for our class because that's when the bonding started to happen. And I said, that's a lesson in life, even as we connect as colleagues. Let's dare ourselves to experience something different so that we can lead better and we can progress better. 2, we got the experience to be blended by a class from Lagos. And the first 2 days, no one from Kenya was speaking. But the final 2 days, it was a Kenyan affair. But even from that interaction, we got to blend with the Lagos Business School students very well, and we got to learn. And one of the key takeouts from that experience, which we had in Spain, was we got to visit a company that makes your side mirrors, your rear view cameras for some of the cars that you came with. And we got to know that the challenges we face in our organization are very similar to the ones that they do. So they have to deal with revenue authorities, KRA. They have to deal with regulations. They have to deal with many, many things that we are facing. So it's not that they are doing, they have an advantage over us. It's just that they utilize their resources a lot better than we do. And that was a challenging moment for us and for me. So as I close, what I'm challenging all graduates and my class is to stay true to ourselves. There was a quirk that was said about someone watching cartoons. And probably that is where you get your inspiration. Embrace those quirks, address the shortcomings you have, be brilliant, and execute brilliantly. Find problems that you obsess about and solve them. Look out for the networks you formed, reach out to them, and take charge of your spheres. Then staying curious. Let's all stay curious. The learning doesn't stop here, it continues even after we leave. And then dare to risk. Risk, the moment you have that third sense that keeps telling you that you're not good enough, challenge it. Make sure that you're constantly challenging it because that's the only way we can change Africa. And that's our commitment as a MP class and our responsibility in line with the theme. I'll do a wholesome thank you to the Strathmore School, our dean, my coach, Dr. Caesar, faculty, Paris, Emily. I know managing adults is not a joke, so we appreciate your patience with us. And finally, my wife is here. Nyumba itakalika if I don't say hi, and thank you to her. So thank you, Morugi Munyi.
I told the MP group that president is one term. Now, he dared to risk and took a group photo before the end of the event, and for that, he deserves only one term. A quick reminder, we are considering, on a very serious note, from next year, to start having the cost of the sashes added to the programs, then you may live with them. Until next year, kindly remember to leave your sashes at the bins at the end. I know you'll be able to afford it, but that's until next year. For now, leave them at the bin as you head out. There are bins that have been placed around the entrance for you to leave them behind. Remember to take as many photos. Remember to scan the QR code sent earlier so that you access the photos that are being taken by our photographers, in-house photographers. And don't leave. There's food. I have to remind you, there's so much food. The next group is the most dignified of the bunches we've had here. And you'll notice it. I know you think you are dignified, but I assure you, this group, this particular program, brings together business leaders to co-create the African leadership solution as they individually transform their organizations. The Global CEO program is delivered by Strathmore Business School together with the Yale School of Management and the Lagos Business School. And the first part of this statement sounds something similar to what Dr. Caesar has in mind for the Transform Africa Network, a group of individuals who come together to come up with solutions to transform Africa. To present the certificates, I'd like to call upon Carol Musyoka, the course lead, as well as our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Vincent Ogutu. A round of applause for them. Which side do we go?
This is the last group. So Aki, you guys, please cheer them because they're standing between you and lunch. See, we cheer. We cheer. Cheer, cheer, cheer.
In fact, you've reminded me. Someone told me behind there that we need to start hiring a clapping crew for these events. But I have a better suggestion. There's someone who's called here, and there are some key stakeholders, like about 5 of them. Tiny ones. They cheered and clapped. So my suggestion is using locally available resources. From next year, our graduates will be coming with their key stakeholders just to cover the clapping. And now, to call the names for the program. I can't see the face. Yes, perfect. I'd like to call upon Martha to call upon the names. A round of applause, please.
All protocols observed. It gives me great joy to present the Global CEO Africa Class of 2025. The program stands at the apex of our leadership programs, and it brings together leaders to co-create the African leadership solution as they individually transform their organizations. This year's cohort has been unique in that we had a mix of executives from 5 African countries, and that is Kenya, Uganda, Nigeria, Ghana, and Cameroon. Some of the highlights during our entire program. For Module 1, we had an opportunity to visit the Shining Hope for Communities project, and that is SHOFCO, in the heart of Kibera, a powerful social impact initiative transforming lives in one of Africa's most vibrant informal settlements. And then during Module 2, in Nigeria, we had the remarkable opportunity of touring the Dangote fertilizer plant and refinery, two of Africa's largest and most ambitious industrial projects. This experience was crowned by an engaging session with Aliko Dangote himself, whose entrepreneurial journey continues to inspire Africa. And finally, in Module 3 at Yale School of Management, participants had an opportunity to meet and interact with global entrepreneurs from the US, Canada, Saudi Arabia, Brazil, Greece, Philippines, South Korea, and Singapore. With that, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to start by acknowledging our guests who are graduating today but couldn't make it to join us for the ceremony, but they're joining us virtually. And the first one is Rabiu Olowo, who is the CEO of Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria. Then we have Bright Chimezi, CEO, Brit Properties Nigeria Limited. We have Ibukun Oyedeji, who is the Group CFO, Access Bank, PLC Nigeria. We have Joseph Balikudembe, the Executive Director, Centenary Bank of Uganda, who's also an alumni of the AMP program. We have Lawrence Kimathi, the Group Finance Director of KCB Group. We have Honorable Samuel Kuntai Oletunai, who's currently the board chair of KEMSA, and he's a former two-term governor of Narok County. Then we have Charles Karaoke, Finance Director at Isuzu East Africa. We have Dr. Isaac Nzioka, who's the Group COO of Old Mutual. And we have Japheth Ogalo, who's the MD of Old Mutual General Insurance. With that, we can give them a hand clap in absentia. So the first person I'd like to call up on stage is an alumni of the SMLP program. He's a seasoned financial market professional with over 20 years of experience spanning trade, treasury management, corporate finance, and strategic leadership. He currently serves as the CEO and country manager of Exinity Capital East Africa. He was the adventurous guy in class, the cheeky one, as they say, and he earned himself the nickname, the librarian. Help me invite Duncan Kenothia, CEO, Exinity Capital East Africa. The next person I'd like to invite has over 15 years of leadership experience in the aviation space and currently serves as the Chief Strategy and Innovation Officer at the Pride of Africa. She's also spearheading the airline's turnaround program, and that's Project Kifaru. She's a silent power, very calm, and very collected. Help me invite on stage Helen Madhuka, Chief Strategy and Innovation Officer, Kenya Airways. The next person I'd wish to invite brings over 2 decades of leadership in water resources management, irrigation development, and public sector administration. He has led transformative projects that expanded access to water, improved food security, and strengthened institutional capacity. He's the resilient one in class, having started in 2023 and persevered to make sure that he finished the program this year. Help me acknowledge Engineer Michael Duita, Irrigation Secretary Programs at the State Department for Irrigation. He's also the former CEO of Athi Water Services. The next person, ladies and gentlemen, is an AMP alumni and has over 20 years of experience driving growth, transformation, and innovation in the financial sector. She currently serves as the CEO and Managing Director of Family Bank Limited. She has a quiet strength and grace with every interaction. Help me invite Nancy Njau, the CEO and MD, Family Bank. The other person I would like to invite is a seasoned engineer and accomplished corporate leader with extensive experience in energy, customer service, and managing large-scale projects. He's a true powerhouse, quite literally, as he plays a pivotal role in generating electricity for this entire nation. Under his leadership, KenGen has reached new heights, forging strong partnerships and setting benchmarks for excellence in the energy sector. His impact and influence have not gone unnoticed, earning him a place among the top 100 Kenyans, a testament to his dedication, vision, and transformative leadership. Help me invite Engineer Peter Njenga, the MD and CEO, KenGen. The next person I'd wish to invite is a seasoned insurance leader with over 15 years of executive experience in the insurance and financial services sector. She has extensive expertise in commercial management, strategic business development, client relations, and end-to-end execution of insurance cycle. Prior to her current role, she served as the MD at Zamara Risk and Insurance Brokers when she joined the program. And right now, she's with Heritage Insurance as MD, a very effortlessly cheerful person and a go-getter. Help me invite Rosaline Mugo. The next three people, I want us to give them a warm Kenyan celebration because they came all the way from Nigeria. And the first one, the first one is a seasoned financial executive with over 30 years of experience spanning investment management, fund management, capital markets, and trust services, with business development and high-level relationship management skills. He's the guy who never misses a selfie moment and has a distinct laughter. All the way from Nigeria, ladies and gentlemen, help me invite Olubusayo Adeniyi, the CEO, Cedras Group Africa. The next one I would wish to invite has over 3 decades guided digital transformation journeys across industries and borders, helping organizations unlock growth, efficiency, and competitiveness through technology. This is the guy in class who's very intentional with networking. He's come back to Kenya severally after the program, and we have seen him visit his fellow participants to the various organizations where they're in. He's the managing director and CEO of Microware Solutions Limited, one of Africa's leading enterprise software consulting and systems integration firms in Nigeria. Let's give a warm welcome to Michael Ekiagbara. The final person I'd like to invite is a seasoned executive with over 21 years of experience in banking, spanning internal audits, accounting. He's been company secretary and a pivotal role as chief of staff at the EcoBank Group board chairman. He currently serves as the executive director and regional CFO and COO for the Central, Eastern, and Southern Africa region, overseeing 18 of the 35 countries in EcoBank's footprint. He's a true Pan-Africanist. He's originally from Cameroon, working for a Nigerian institution that is based in Kenya and managing operations across multiple countries. To top it up, his second name has a Swahili meaning. He's also quite literally the guy who towers over everyone in the class with his height. It's no surprise he was elected class president after all. Everyone looks up to him. Help me invite Emmanuel Wakili. And as he collects his certificates, I would like all of us to just stand up I'd like all of us to stand. All of us stand up. And I want us to give our leaders at the front line who have chosen to be a part of Africa's transformation story. I want us to celebrate them one more time with a heavy hand. So allow me to invite the president of the class to give his remarks. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, thank you. Okay, it's never easy to speak a few minutes away from lunch. I'm going to struggle with your attention, but please, you would be surprised you can still give me attention. So, a few corrections. I think it was cut up, not from Nigeria. I come from Cameroon. EcoBank is a Pan-African bank with the headquarters in Lomé. It is not a Nigerian bank, just to put the records clear. Thank you very much. Now, there is something I have seen here, and I can't go without mentioning it. Before I go into the protocols, culture and cross-functional collaborations are not just business enablers, they are competitive differentiators. In a world defined by complexity and rapid change, organizations that foster a strong culture and seamless collaboration unlock innovation. They accelerate execution. They build resilience. The future belongs to businesses that break silos and lead with shared purpose. That is what the Global CEO Africa program is all about. Please, can we applaud this program and those who are managing it, either from LBS, from Strathmore, or from Yale. Thank you. Dear VC, the Dean and all the protocols respected, today is a remarkable day, not just because we gather to celebrate academic achievements and excellence from a great institution and great partner institutions with a culture of excellence. It's also because we are here as a collection of African leaders who have been stretched, challenged, transformed, and re-energized by one of the most enriching journeys of our professional lives. Believe me, I have done trainings, but Global CEO Africa program is a training. Having an opportunity to study at Strathmore University, Lagos Business School, and Yale School of Business gives a mixture of excitement, pride, and also a little pressure. Why? Because these institutions are those that shape global leaders. These institutions are those that are able to build those who make things happen in today's business environment. It is not from me that you are going to hear. I know you are all witnesses of this. Allow me to go back to a few things. As we look back, we can proudly say we took off, and I use this analogy in Yale. I like it. We took off in Nairobi. We cruised Lagos, and we landed in Yale. In Nairobi, of course, we passed through emotional programs. I can't forget, in a hurry, the case study on Shofco. I can't also forget, in a hurry, the cruising that happened in Nigeria with the Dangote project, massive project of billions of dollars that we visited. And of course, I can't also forget the food in Yale. The New Heaven, the New Heaven food that we ate, I can't forget in a hurry. So across the models, lectures and case studies, we learned not only what great leadership looks like, but how we must become the global lead, the globally lead leadership and those who can push Africa into the next phase. We also build networks that stretch across Africa and globally. Thank you to Patrick. Thank you to Dr. Cesar for leading this program, for continuing to keep it at the standards that are globally respected. As CEOs, we are used to giving direction. I think Carol would know something about this. It wasn't an easy journey, telling us to go for break, telling us it's time to go back. And I remember the voice of Hans who would say, good people, can we just go back? So it's not easy to control people of a certain level. Those who can actually delay airplanes just because they want to complete a call, but you have to push them to go back to class. So we think that we were actually very humble. Where is Carol? Thank you to our teams. Thank you to the organizers. For me, I want to take this time to just thank my institution, EcoBank, because they gave me the opportunity. They believed in me. They believed that I could be of good contribution to the institution, and they put me on this program, which I will never forget in a hurry. Trust me, Africa is a turning point. A continent bursting with opportunity, creativity, resilience, and unmatched youthful energy. But it needs leaders with vision, with discipline, with courage, and with compassion. This program has not only equipped us with new tools, it has renewed our ambition to use them to shape Africa. Stronger organizations have more ethical workplaces, more innovative and sustainable industries, and more prosperous communities that they construct. We are not just CEOs, we are custodians of Africa's future. As we graduate today, let us commit to three things: to lead boldly, to lead ethically and sustainably, and to let go of those things that can bring Africa back by ensuring that we lead collaboratively. And that's why we have people here from various countries, from various functions. I was able to speak to people who are from IT, people are from the government, people who were in the banking, and we have networked today thanks to this program. To my fellow graduates, beyond the nyama choma that we ate in Nairobi, beyond the chabati, beyond the good pepper soup that we ate in Lagos, and of course, I don't want to go back to the AI version of the chicken we eat in Africa that we ate in New Haven. We arrived here as individuals. We live as brotherhood. We live as sisterhood. We live as a network of African leaders armed with knowledge, humility, and hope, not just for our institutions, but for Africa. May we take the lessons learned in these world-class institutions and translate them into a world-class impact. Congratulations to every one of you. The future of African leadership looks brighter because you are in it. Thank you. Can we have our team for a quick photo? Thank you.
Thank you to the global CEOs. A round of applause for them, please. And a round of applause for yourselves also, please. Thank you so much. Thank you. You have been great sports. Thank you so much. We're coming to a close I want to invite, please, and you know that alumni relations are very, very important for this cause. This is why you come to be a part of the Strathmore community. I'm going to invite my wonderful colleague. Her name is Angela Omaro, and she's the manager for alumni relations and partnerships. Welcome, Angela.
To the Strathmore University leadership, our distinguished guests, partners, colleagues, and most importantly, our graduates, good afternoon. So Angelo Maro is my name, as my colleague has mentioned, and this beautiful afternoon, we are very delighted to have you. So this year, we are celebrating 20 years of transforming Africa through people like you. And we are very, very honored to have you here because you are our great ambassadors. You trusted us, and we are here because of people like you. So we want to celebrate you even before we celebrate these milestones. Please clap for yourselves as we celebrate you at Strathmore University Business School. All right, so today we mark this important milestone for you, our C-suite executives, our senior managers, the industry leaders, the captains of the industry. I know it hasn't been easy juggling all this with your very busy careers, your businesses, but here we are. We are graduating, and we are happy to celebrate this milestone with you. So what happens after all this is done, the celebration is done, you have your certificates? We are here to tell you that the journey continues. So we are here calling you to come and join the alumni community. So we have the Strath Connect, which is a beautiful, amazing platform for you, so that we can continue engaging with you. So in this platform, we are going to ask you to come back as guest speakers, as mentors, as partners, as sponsors, as collaborators. We have amazing, amazing benefits for you. And today, again, as we celebrate 20 years, we also want to launch our prepaid card. So this is for our alumni. And we have worked with partnerships with, we've partnered with KCB Bank, and so we'll give you these cards at the end of this graduation. We'll get your details, and then we get to have a communication with your class councils so that we get to know how you're going to get these cards, so we continue with the engagement that we have. So as we celebrate 20 years, and this is an amazing milestone for us as a business school, I just want to remind you that you are great ambassadors out there, and as you lead, and as Africa is looking for you to give them the leadership, just remember that we are proud of you, and we want to see our leadership, we want to see our values, we want to see our ethos through the leadership that you're going to give out there. So congratulations, class of 2025. Let's continue transforming Africa through virtuous leadership. Thank you.
Another round of applause for my colleague Angela. Thank you so much. And indeed, oh, she's fine. Thank you so much. And indeed, it's very important to stay connected. The journey doesn't end here. And please be a part of our journey as we continue to transform Africa and to spearhead Africa's transformation. I know many of you usually have questions about that. And you can also connect through people like myself, who are the business development managers who you talk to at the beginning, and even the client experience managers like Paris, for those who are in my class. Ask us questions through the WhatsApp groups that remain alive after the program. Please stay connected, because that's the way that you will continue to know what's going on, and don't disappear after this. It's important to keep going. So stay strong. Now, I am going to invite our Associate Dean, Executive Education at Strathmore, to give us our closing remarks and a vote of thanks, so that we can be on our way to lunch. I know that we're all hungry, and you're not looking at me as nicely as you were looking at me at the beginning of the morning. Kellen.
Wow, you all look so amazing from here. Beautiful, very colorful. Many thanks to our guest of honor. He indeed inspired us before he left. And we're very privileged to have such busy people come and speak to us, share their experiences, and really inspire us. So our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Ogutu, Deputy Vice Chancellors present, Professor Israel, members of the Management Board present, our Chief Support Officer, we call him Chief Support Officer, our Dean, Executive Dean in the Business School, members, my fellow colleagues in the Management Committee, our faculty. I cannot forget our faculty. They are the ones who have transformed all of us. Partners, guests, and graduates of Strathmore University Business School. Good afternoon. Today we celebrate all of you, and not only the remarkable achievements of you, our graduates, but also the collective commitment that continues to position Strathmore as a leading force in shaping ethical, transformational leaders in Africa. This ceremony, and you've heard from many of the class presidents, is a testament to hard work, collaboration, and shared vision of spearheading Africa's transformation. We celebrate all our VVIPs, and you saw some of them who came with the graduates, because behind every graduate is a network of families, of colleagues, and mentors whose unwavering support has made this journey possible. Your belief in our learners fuels our mission and makes the success we witness today both meaningful and enduring. Our executive education programs are designed to produce leaders who carry Africa's promise with a deep sense of responsibility. You live not only with the technical competence, but with values and leadership mindsets that the continent so urgently needs. This year, the Strathmore University Business School delivered 137 programs, developing more than 3,182 leaders from across Africa, actually 31 countries in Africa, which is more than half of the continent, from Europe and from the US. We expanded our portfolio by introducing robust programs such as the operational excellence, the retail management, and resource mobilization, all of which exceeded our expectations in enrollment and in impact. Thought leadership remains core to our mission, with platforms such as the HR Summit, the many themed AI conferences, the family business forums, helping executives rethink solutions for sustainability. Our collaborations with leading schools such as the ESA Business School in Spain, Yale, for the global CEO, you heard that they went to Yale, Cranfield School of Management, Lagos Business School, the National Technological University in Singapore, WITS in South Africa, UCT, SIBS in China, across the globe. We ensure our graduates live with a global outlook grounded in African realities. Our partnerships with organizations across the banking, telecoms, public sector, aviation, agriculture, and many more industries reflect the trust that industry places on us. We especially appreciate partners like NCBA. We have a separate graduation ceremony for them. They have a specific customized program, such with numbers as we are. The Central Bank of Kenya, National Transport and Safety Authority, and many more. They entrusted us with developing their teams, reinforcing our shared role in shaping Africa's leadership landscape. Graduates, today you join a distinguished community of leaders who are committed to influencing Africa's future through excellence, integrity, and service. Carry forward the knowledge, the skills, and values that you've gained, and lead with courage to transform the organizations and communities you serve. Congratulations to the class of 2025. Go forth, live the Strathmore values, and continue shaping the culture and Africa's promise. Thank you very much. Wishing you a very Merry Christmas to you and your families, and blessings for 2026. Thank you.
Thank you, Kellen. Thank you so much for those lovely words, and thank you for encouraging us and giving us some V-power to go into Christmas and into the new year in 2026. And thank you to our leadership for being here with us the whole time, the whole morning, giving us a lot of encouragement for what we need to do as we walk out of these doors. Thank you to all of us, to everyone who's come here. Thank you for being with us throughout the year, for giving us your time, giving us your investment. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to train you, to share information with you, and that you're going out there as Strathmore graduates. We really do appreciate you. We are glad to have had the opportunity to work with you, and we know this is not the end. And for many of you who've come back, thank you so much. We are happy to see you again, and we know we'll see you again. Thank you so much. Thanks to my colleagues who are all here. I know many of you are in the back there, for all the work that has taken place. I know everyone's tired, but we're excited. Thank you so much to my co-MC.
Thank you so much, Dennis, for being our MC for today.
Thank you.
You've put so much work.
You've put so much work. It's you who put so much work.
I have a better idea.
Tell me.
Why don't we have confetti for everyone?
For everybody?
Everyone.
I like the idea. Are you paying for it?
Yes.
You pay for it.
I talked to someone who did Global CEO, so it's covered.
It's covered.
It's taken care of.
Okay, confetti?
Yes, we're ready.
You're ready?
Let us rise up.
All of us.
All of us.
All of us.
To mark the end, our band will hype it up, our sound crew, and I hope the confetti people are ready because you're going to count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and congratulations. Congratulations,
well
congratulations
done. Well done.
to the class of 2025. Congratulations, congratulations. Congratulations to the class of 2025. A round of applause. I hope we all got that. I hope the Android and the iPhone people took care of that. We'll have photos here. Some photos will be taken outside. There's lunch on second floor, Masai Mara Cafe. Is there lunch downstairs?
I'm not sure.
I believe it's just upstairs. They're waiting for you. Enjoy the rest of your day with your families. Congratulations. My name is Charles Bodo. And downstairs as well. Thank you. And downstairs as well. Take photos, as many photos as you want. The EE team, kindly let us meet at the EE office for a short meeting. The EE team, kindly let us meet at the office for a short stand-up meeting. Thank you very much, Dennis.
Thank you.
Have a lovely rest of the day. Remember to leave your sachets at the bin. Asanteni sana, and congratulations. Wanyika.
Mic check.